12 contrôleurs à la tour au total. Il y a 4 équipes et chaque équipe est formée de 2 à 3 personnes, de femmes et hommes. Notre prime objectif, c'est assurer la sûreté et la sécurité du trafic.
J'ai décidé de devenir créatrice de mode parce que j'ai cette passion et surtout que ce métier il est en étroite relation avec le secteur artisanal qui est important dans l'économie de Fès. Le caftan a été toujours un héritage culturel. On a essayé de proposer une ligne de vêtements qui mélange entre le traditionnel et le moderne.
D'accord, merci. Là, à l'instant, on parle avec l'approche. Ils sont là-bas à la salle radar. Ils nous donnent des estimés des avions qui arrivent. Et nous, on leur demande les mises en route si on a des avions au départ. Donc, on leur demande. Eux, ils demandent à Casablanca et ainsi de suite. Pour moi, c'était by accident, as we say in English. J'ai rencontré une amie dans une cité universitaire. Et elle, à chaque fois, il me disait, voilà, il y a des contrôleurs, donc avec ton profil, tu peux postuler. Moi, je disais, ça ne m'intéresse pas, ça ne me dit rien. Voilà. Et après quelques années, voilà, j'ai passé le concours, j'ai réussi le concours et voilà, je suis là.
C'est important d'avoir un aéroport si proche, c'est-à-dire à 5 minutes de chez moi, je peux prendre un avion vers plusieurs destinations, vers Paris, vers Amsterdam, vers Bruxelles. Et d'où l'importance de s'ouvrir sur le monde extérieur et d'exporter nos produits ou notre ligne de vêtements à l'échelle internationale. Bonjour, salam alaikum, Zhor, labas. Comment ça se passe? Que grâce à l'aéroport de Fès, je peux faire des voyages à plusieurs destinations, ce qui me permet de rencontrer de nouvelles clientes, d'exporter nos modèles pour des fashion shows ou pour des défilés. Je me suis déplacée hier à Paris pour rencontrer une cliente, donc c'est une future mariée qui souhaite avoir un caftan traditionnel. Donc voilà, elle est travaillée avec Zouaq al-Mallem, fait à la main par nos artisans. Le moment le plus important pour moi, c'est quand je montre la tenue presque finie. C'est un moment d'émotion quand je vois les larmes aux yeux et toute la famille qui est en train de s'émerveiller devant ce chef-d'œuvre.
L'extension de l'aéroport a permis l'arrivée de plus de trafic et donc on aura plus de destinations qui vont visiter la ville de Fès. Il y a bien sûr une augmentation du taux de tourisme. Surtout la ville de Fès, c'est une ville touristique.
Donc ce soir, je repars à Paris parce que demain, j'ai un défilé de mode assisté. Comme vous savez, en tant que créatrice de mode, je dois voyager pour assister à des défilés de mode, pour ramener de nouvelles idées. Et bien sûr, je ne peux pas rater l'occasion.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage. AI is not just a buzzword. In Morocco, for instance, it is a catalyst for growth and success. AI offers a myriad of opportunities to streamline operations, optimize resources and unlock unprecedented insights, particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. we can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as data pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomie pathologie en Afrique en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc ce kit peut être envoyé dans toute l'Afrique avec un code d'enregistrement sur notre plateforme. Là, on est en train d'analyser le frottis d'une femme pour dire est-ce qu'il est malin ou bénin. Et on augmente l'efficience en intégrant une analyse par intelligence artificielle. C'est une œuvre d'art. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de pat art. Ils prennent des images et ils les font en tableau. Ça existe.
But perhaps the most significant work of art is the impact of AI on African health startups. With AI, they can compete on a global scale, leveraging technology to overcome traditional barriers to entry and reach new markets.
My job is to make the data in a way that people can understand it and make out of it actionable items for the health of citizens.
As the digital revolution also sweeps across Africa, AI stands as a beacon of hope for healthcare startups, offering not just solutions, but opportunities for growth, innovation and prosperity. With investments of the Azure Fund by their side, the future of African healthcare becomes accessible for all.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion. We are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The African Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF 2.0 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on projects.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez prendre place. La session va commencer dans quelques instants. Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the Kingdom of Morocco is honored to welcome you for the Africa Investment Forum Marketplace 2025 edition in Rabat. This important gathering of investors, project sponsors, government leaders and development partners are very important milestone for 3 days where we'll be reshaping the future of our continent. Last year in the same city here in Rabat, we had boardrooms that were buzzing. We saw billion of dollars investment interest in so many different projects, from connectivity, energy access and agribusiness. And building on this momentum, this year we are honored to have a very strong team bridging the gap, mobilizing private capital to unlock Africa's potential. Once again, welcome to Morocco. Morocco is ready to host you here in Rabat, to have very constructive talks, to discuss business, to discuss investment and projects, to build and reshape the future of our thriving continent.
Je viens d'arriver à l'aéroport de Fès et que je trouve fluide et agréable, comme à peu près mes créations qui ont su allier entre modernité et tradition.
Je suis Fatem Zara, je suis contrôleur aérien. Là, vous êtes à la tour de contrôle de Fès, de l'aéroport de Fès-Seis. On est 12 contrôleurs à la tour au total. Il y a 4 équipes et chaque équipe est formée de 2 à 3 personnes, femmes et hommes.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly ask you to please rise to honor the arrival of the official delegation. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous prions de bien vouloir vous lever pour accueillir chaleureusement la délégation officielle qui fait son entrée. Merci pour vos applaudissements.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session is about to begin.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez prendre place. La session va commencer dans quelques instants. Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Il faut me donner le go, il faut que j'y aille. Le go. Madame Nadia Feta Alaoui, ministre de l'économie et des finances, gouverneur du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement pour le Maroc.
Nadia Feta Alaoui, Minister of the Economy and Finance, Governor of the Africa Development Bank for Morocco, and representing the government of Morocco. Dr. Sidi Outa, President of the Africa Development Bank Group. Honorable members of government of the Kingdom of Morocco, honorable ministers invited and here present from Angola, the Union of the Comoros, Côte d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, the Gambia, Guinea, Lesotho, Mauritania, Nigeria, and Zambia. Distinguished representatives of the diplomatic corps and international organizations, Madam Fatih Al-Moumi, the Mayor of Rabat, Mr. Mohamed Eloupi of the region of Rabat, and El Sinatra, who is the Governor of the Prefecture of Rabat, Mr. Hashid Elbi, who is the President of the Rabat Saleh Kenitra region, members of the founding partners group of the Africa Investment Forum, executive directors of the Africa Development Bank, members of senior management of the Africa Development Bank Group, ladies and gentlemen of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to Rabat, the capital of the Kingdom of Morocco, the capital of the African momentum, the capital of dialogue, capital of decisions. For the second year running, we are privileged to meet here, congregating for the Africa Investment Forum Market Days. What is henceforth an indispensable platform to shed obstacles, mobilize capital, and to unlock strong and very highly impactful projects. Today, the theme is to bridge the chasm and unlock capital for Africa's development is quite meaningful because the very idea of marketplace, ladies and gentlemen, This is where countries actually speak to one another, where institutions get connected to each other, where investors make commitments and Africa moves ahead together. So, we have all the ingredients for the impact of this investment to be unprecedented, stronger, more transformational, and more especially really undeniable for the global investment landscape. If you are here today, it is because you are amongst those who can actually change the financing development equation for Africa. So please, ladies and gentlemen, change that equation. I am Marie-Angèle Touré. I am pleased to be your Masters of Ceremonies for the 2025 edition. And since this meeting relies on collaboration, synergy, and leadership, I am pleased to share this podium with a Master of Ceremony whose rigor, expertise, and commitment to the continent are no longer being gainsaid. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to share this panel with the distinguished Eric Mboua.
Marie-Angèle, thank you, President. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's a genuine honor to cause this ceremony here in this wonderful city of Rabat, full of culture and history, for such an important gathering alongside distinguished personalities. Today, we commence an exceptional program with a high-level exchange featuring a ministerial dialogue on shaping conducive investment climates, a pivotal high-level panel with the heads of our AIF founding partners, fireside chats delving into export credit agencies and infrastructure finance, and our networking lunch, just as important to nourish our exchanges. Today is designed to spark transformative connection, mobilize capital, and decisively accelerate Africa investment trajectory. And the next 3 days will be such rich, Marie-Angèle.
Indeed, Eric. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 72 hours, you will experience something that goes far beyond a forum. If you are expecting a space designed for action, for strategic partnerships, and for transaction-ready opportunities, then you are in the right place, and you will indeed be well served. The agenda brings together high-level panels addressing Africa's most critical priorities. It also features fireside conversations with global investors and leading institutions. At the core of the forum are the deal rooms, where conversations evolve into negotiation and advance towards commitments. And throughout these market days, an integrated networking ecosystem fosters the connections needed to unlock private capital and accelerate project delivery. Because ultimately, every session is a building block. Every speaker adds a vital perspective, and each of you helps shape the next chapter of Africa's investment story.
Oui, Marie-Angèle, osons écrire ensemble cette histoire. Illustres invités, mesdames et messieurs, avant
Yes,
d'ouvrir
indeed, Marie-Angèle, let's dare to rewrite history. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start with the speeches, we are pleased to show you this footage, which is the eloquent testimony of the vividness, mobility, and cultural momentum of Africa, a continent where we develop and where we bring impact to the continent, a continent which is rising.
Le ton est donné. Mesdames et messieurs, il n'y a pas si longtemps, la personnalité que je vais inviter sur scène
And ladies and gentlemen, not that long ago, the personality whom I will be calling to the stage was reminded us of this simple truth. One of the urgent situations for Africa is to expedite solutions towards accessing investment, creating jobs, empowering men and women, and unlocking Africa's investment and financial potential for generations to come. And if we are here today, it is indeed because this forum is playing this essential role. It is a lever, mobilizing financing, creating partnerships, and transforming projects to decisions. The person I will be calling right now to the stage is someone who urged us to go back to work, as you will recall. And Mr. President, here we are.
Driving deals, shaping opportunities, and delivering impact. Everything here is about work, action, and results. Mesdames et messieurs, merci d'accueillir le Dr Sidi Oulta, président du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement.
Dr. Sidi Oulta, president of the African Development Bank Group.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. مدام نادية فتاح علوي
Madam Nadia Al-Fatawi, Minister of the Economy and Finance, Governor of the Africa Development Bank Group for Morocco, and representing the government of the Kingdom of Morocco. Honorable Ministers, members of the government of the Kingdom of Morocco, honorable ministers here present and invited from Angola, Union of the Comoros, Côte d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, the Gambia, Guinea, the Kingdom of Lesotho, Mauritania, Nigeria, and Zambia.
Mesdames et messieurs les membres du corps diplomatique et représentants
members of the diplomatic corps and representatives of intergovernmental organizations accredited to the government of Morocco, Madam Fatina El Moutni, Mayor of Rabat, Mr. Mohamed Wakoubi, who is the Walid of the Rabat Saleh Kenitra region and Governor of Rabat Prefecture, Mr. Hatid Al-T, President of the Rabat Saleh Kenitra region. Dear distinguished founding partners of the Africa Investment Forum, executive directors of the Africa Development Bank Group, members of senior management of the Africa Development Bank Group, dear colleagues, representatives of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Salam Alaikum. On behalf of the African Development Bank Group and all our partners of the African Investment Forum, allow me to respectfully convey our sincere gratitude to His Majesty King Mohammed VI for his royal patronage and for the warm welcome and generous hospitality which we always enjoy whenever we find ourselves in this beautiful land of the Kingdom of Morocco. Our gratitude to His Majesty also for accepting to once again host the Africa Investment Forum here in Rabat. Let us avail ourselves of this opportunity to thank all the authorities of the Kingdom of Morocco for their contribution to ensuring that this forum is taking place under the best possible conditions. This year, the theme of the Africa Investment Forum, Marketplace, Bridging the Gap, Mobilizing Private Capital to Unlock Africa's Full Potential, echoes the urgent need to mobilize resources to ensure the financing of our continent's development. While Africa is replete with investment opportunities, there is a persistent financing gap which really impedes the implementation of our common ambitions. And in this respect, our financial managers, our guarantee funds, our sovereign wealth funds, our pension funds, our insurers, our stock exchanges would really gain if they work together and develop synergies. Furthermore, our continent is experiencing a remarkable population growth, and by 2015, Africa will account for 25% or so of mankind, and it is estimated that by 2050, the labor force of our continent will be higher than that of China and India put together. And we need to transform this demographic force to an economic force. And this would require that we invest at scale in resilient infrastructure and create a conducive environment for transforming our commodities and raw materials on the continent of Africa. And it is against this backdrop that the four cardinal points, which are the beacon of my vision for the Africa Development Group, comes to address those urgent needs for our continent. The first cardinal point aims massive mobilization of capital to finance our continent's development. So we have to increase the mobilization of domestic and international resources thanks to innovative instruments, and actually increase the leverage effect of the capital by 10. And in this respect, we are looking at crowding in private sector, leveraging domestic and international savings, at the same time developing the appropriate guarantee and risk mitigation measures. The second cardinal entails reforming Africa's financial architecture, and the new financial architecture for Africa will allow for the development of new and ambitious synergies between financial institutions and better lay down their respective rules. Against this backdrop, a three-tier architecture is envisioned at regional level, continental level, and at national level. Those three tiers should be mutually supportive. The third cardinal point entails transforming demographic growth to economic strength. And our youth and women are the driving force behind innovation and the entrepreneurial dynamism of the continent. They are our biggest assets. And in order to unlock the potential, we need to enhance their autonomy by ensuring targeted financial inclusion and adequate mentorship, encourage entrepreneurship, and provide solid support to small and medium-sized enterprises, give priority to skills development by underscoring science, technology, engineering, mathematics, digital activities, as well as technical and vocational training, and lastly, to work towards formalizing the informal economy. The fourth cardinal point entails building resilient infrastructure and transforming our natural resources on the continent of Africa. In this respect, in order to address the huge infrastructure gap on the continent, we need to take strong action, and this is actually a prerequisite for the sustained growth of our economies and the structural transformation which we are seeking to achieve. This entails transforming our commodities and raw materials on the continent of Africa to boost value addition and create more jobs. This also entails enhancing our energy, logistical, water, and digital capacities.
The Africa Investment Forum is the platform where the four cardinal points converge toward a single objective: action. As we gather in the boardrooms with projects covering transport and energy among other sectors, let us remember that this is about much more than transactions. It is about investment for our people, for our economic prosperity, and for our shared future. As we are about to begin our work, a remarkable quote from the great Nelson Mandela comes to mind. "The time has come to bridge the chasms that separate us." End of quote. Here at the Africa Investment Forum, we are bridging the gaps that exist between the public and private sector, between capital and projects, and between ambitions and achievements. Together, we are building bridges to a prosperous and sustainable Africa. Together, we are turning opportunities into reality. Thank you for your attention. Let the board's rooms work begin. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your insightful statement and this structured vision with the four cardinal points. We will now continue with an introductory short showcase highlighting the Kingdom's dynamic vision and global positioning. Allow me to offer a warm gathering in a local language. Shukran jazilian wa marhaba bikum al-Maghrib. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Morocco now.
For decades, Morocco has been developing into an industrial powerhouse. It's the leading car manufacturer in Africa, with facilities like this 100% carbon-free factory by Renault Group. Morocco can produce 44% of its energy from renewables, and it's a gateway to international markets with one of the busiest ports in the world. So whether it's made in Morocco, connected by Morocco, or powered in Morocco, it's Morocco now.
Et à travers la haute vision de Sa Majesté le Roi du Royaume du Maroc, Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, nous sommes heureux ici d'accueillir
the vision of His Majesty Mohammed VI, may God bless him. We are going to receive somebody who is actually the force of Morocco's economy, a respectable voice in the Africa financial landscape. Please, let's warmly welcome the Minister of the Economy and Finance of Morocco, Madame Nadia Helta Alami.
Your Excellency, Mr. Sidi Ould Tah, President of the African Development Bank Group, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, all protocol observed. It is an honor and a great pleasure to open this new edition of the Africa Investment Forum held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. Allow me first to congratulate President Sidi Ould Tah on his first official visit to Morocco as President of the AIF2025 Group. We extend to you, President, our warmest wishes for success in the vital mission you carry in service of our continent's development. I would like also, on behalf of His Majesty's government, to express my sincere gratitude to the African Development Bank Group for the renewed confidence it places in our country by choosing once again Morocco as the host of this major continental gathering. This choice is not only a source of pride, it is also a recognition of the kingdom's reliability, stability, and capacity to drive transformative initiatives that are focused on action and results. To all of you coming from across Africa and all over the world, I extend a warm welcome to the city of Rabat, a place where heritage and modernity converse every day and which through its dynamism reflects the vitality of a contemporary Morocco. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to open this 2025 edition of the Africa Investment Forum with a heartfelt tribute to the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. For a quarter of a century, the sovereign has upheld a clear conviction. The solutions to elevate Africa to the level it deserves are first and foremost within us. They lie in our talent, our resources, and our capacities to innovate, organize, and cooperate. The conviction echoes an African intellectual heritage that must embrace. The poet-president Léopold Sédar Senghor spoke at an African culture of giving and receiving, a culture grounded in exchange, reciprocity, openness, and shared responsibility. Today, more than ever, this philosophy points us to the path forward that an African that builds take ownership of its destiny and engage with its partners on equal footing. Giving is neither a unilateral gesture nor an empty posture. It is a foundational act. It is a demonstration through action that Africa is ready to fully take charge of its destiny. For our states, giving means first and foremost assuming the sovereign responsibility of preparing the ground, consolidating foundations, building institutions, securing the environment, and inspiring confidence. It means structuring our economies to make them predictable, productive, and competitive. It means ensuring macroeconomic and financial stability, which remains the primary condition for any investment. It means modernizing our regulatory frameworks, strengthening transparency, and providing investors with the clarity that expect not as a favor, but as a reciprocal commitment. Giving also means mobilizing our own resources, investing in our infrastructure to reduce logistical costs and open up territories, accelerating industrialization to capture more added value and move beyond dependence on raw material, supporting our entrepreneurs, our startups, SMEs, which are the primary drivers of social and technological innovation. Shaping also an administration that facilitates rather than hinders, that supports rather than complicates. Promoting also a culture of excellence and high standards, which the African private sector becomes a strategic engine capable of exporting, of innovating, taking risks, and articulating a long-term vision. And finally, giving means committing decisively to the major transition of our time: energy, digital, environment, agriculture, and logistical. It means understanding that Africa's transformation will not come from substitution or replication, but from creation, the creation of new value chain, technological clusters, industrial ecosystems, and regional hubs. In other words, giving means doing our part. Receiving, the other side of this circle, is never passive. It means welcoming partnerships, mobilizing capital, integrating innovation, attracting investors, and creating the conditions for sustained, predictable, and impact-oriented financing. The challenge is huge. According to the international analysis, the world will need to mobilize $4 trillion per year by 2023 to achieve the SDGs. For Africa alone, the annual requirement is estimated around $1.3 trillion. In the face of this colossal need, public financing, essential but limited, is no longer sufficient. It has become imperative to broaden the investor base, attract private capital, and innovate in financial mobilization mechanism. The private sector must occupy a central role. Its ability to invest, to innovate, industrialize, create value, and mitigate systemic risk is essential to support Africa's major transitions, mainly energy, digital, industry, agriculture, and logistics. Morocco has set a clear objective to raise the share of the private investment to two-thirds of the national total by 2035. I'm looking at them because they're right here, the private sector, and they're committed, right? And the ambition reflects a deep conviction. Private investment is the key to employment, to innovation and competitiveness. The Africa Investment Forum, which Morocco is once again proud to host, perfectly embodies this dynamic. Its 2025 theme, Bridging the Gap, Mobilizing Private Capital to Unlock Africa's Full Potential, captures a collective challenge to mobilize resources and foster a generation of ambitious and sustainable projects. The sessions of this edition will cover key sectors, and we hope that these 3 coming days will give rise to concrete partnerships, transformative deals, and initiatives capable of sustainability, improving the living conditions of African population. And thank you for your attention.
Merci, merci infiniment, Madame la Ministre, et encore
Thank you very
merci
much,
à
Madam
l'ensemble
Minister. And once again, a heartfelt thanks to the Moroccan authorities for enabling us to be convened here today. This brings to a close our opening session, and we will kickstart 2 opportunities of discussion, the ministerial dialogue and high-level exchange. Before I leave, I'd like to say that this is very much teamwork. Morocco will be hosting the African Football Club very soon. So please make sure you buy your tickets and experience this event here. So let's go back to images and plunge right into this Africa Investment Forum before we come back to the ministerial panel in a few moments. Thank you.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion. We are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The Africa Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF 2.0 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
Nous sommes aussi à une époque où la digitalisation
This is
prend toute sa
also a
place.
time for full-fledged digitization, and it's a privilege for us to be here in this event, but you can also use the hashtag. It's AIF2025. This is the platform that's available to you to follow the whole meeting. This is also an event in various languages. So channel 1 is English, channel 2 French, channel 3 Portuguese, and channel 4 Arabic.
Voilà, des échanges vont se opérer dans quelques instants.
So you will be hearing discussion in very shortly in these various languages, and following these two opportunities to exchange, the ministers' dialogue to be followed by the high-level panel. We will give you a short break before we resume and move into the various opportunities to exchange. I'll call on Marie-Angèle to come in and introduce our ministerial panel in a moment. Thank you once again for your attention.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
la scène est prête.
I believe our stage is ready, and we can therefore call to order an essential dialogue, a dialogue which touches to the very heart of our economy's transformation. In order to initiate private investment, you need more than a framework, as you know. You need a vision, and even that is not enough. You need to be a bold innovator, as Dr. Sidi Wulta emphasized a moment ago. You also need the determination to establish climates where trust is possible and where opportunities can be delivered. As you know, we have here various ministers very much involved in the planning, development, and delivery in the finance sector across Africa. They've come here to share some of the levers that they have been using to make the economies more competitive and more conducive and open to the private sector. It is our distinct honor to introduce a recognized voice in the finance setting in Africa, Madam Assatou Msele, Vice President for Finance at the African Development Bank, as well as Chief Finance Officer. We'd like to call on VP Assatou to serve as moderator for our dialogue.
Good morning, honorable ministers, partners, distinguished guests, colleagues, Mr. President, all protocols observed. A very warm welcome to this ministerial dialogue on accelerating private investment through a conducive enabling environment. Ladies and gentlemen, private investment is not just important. It is indispensable to unlocking Africa's growth, creating jobs, and delivering tangible improvements in people's lives. But its full potential can only be realized in business environments that are stable, that are predictable, and that are fair. Today, we'll explore how governments, development finance institutions, and private sector actors can work together deliberately and at scale to create those conditions through policies, sound policies, strengthening governance and the rule of law, and forging innovative partnerships that de-risk investments and crowd in private capital. Undoubtedly, governments are ultimately the architects of the investment climate. Their leadership defines the foundation upon which private capital flows, markets expand, and innovations thrive. We are privileged to be joined by an exceptionally distinguished panel of ministers who have generously agreed to share their insights and experience from the front line of reforms. It is now my distinct privilege to welcome and invite on stage warm round of applause for Minister Niale Kaba, Minister of Planning and Development of Côte d'Ivoire. Please join me in welcoming Minister Ismaël Nabé, Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of Guinea. Madame la Ministre. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Minister Ahmed Shide, Minister of Finance of Ethiopia. Warm greetings to the Minister of Finance of Zambia, the Honorable Situmbeko Musokwatwane. And warm welcome to Minister Cheikh Ould Sidia, Minister of Economic Affairs and Development of Mauritania. And a warm round of applause for our gracious host, Honorable Nadia Feta Alaoui, Minister of Economy and Finance of Morocco. Thank you very much. We know that you all have a very busy schedule today, which is the reason why we scheduled this as a 50 minutes discussion to benefit from your insights. So allow me to start with you, Minister Niale Kaba. Quelles sont les réformes réglementaires?
What are some of the regulatory reforms or policy actions which you have implemented or plan to implement in order to crowd in and incentivize private investment? And do these reform address donors and financial investors' concerns with regards to reliability and predictability? Thank you, Madam Vice President, for inviting us to this interesting discussion. I would like to recognize first and foremost the topic of this year's forum, which is very timely. This is a theme which demonstrates our joint determination to mobilize more private capital in the service of Africa's development. At a juncture where we're witnessing a significant drop in concessional financing, this has become a shared responsibility for us. So mobilizing private capital at scale has become our shared responsibility for Africa's development. In the case of Côte d'Ivoire, I would say that we've had momentum emphasizing private capital mobilization for quite a number of years. We've adopted a number of reforms, which I'll overview briefly. In 2018, we adopted a more conducive investment code in order to providing rather a number of incentives to private sectors. We've also introduced a number of sector-specific codes, mining and tourism, telecom, forestry, etc., all of which have supplemented the general investment code as set out by the government. government. We've also set up a number of windows, single windows for investments, but also one-stop shops to support export development, one-stop shop to support construction, building, and housing. We've also reformed our investment promotion center. So all of these reforms have delivered, and since the private sector investment has gone from 12% to 2020 to about 20%. So the stability of these measures provide the longer-term predictability for investors, but this, of course, is underpinned by the political stability, macroeconomic stability. Côte d'Ivoire has really ensured such stability in terms of inflation, in terms of public debt management, which are under control. These are crucially important for private investors. Of course, this is not enough, although very important. So by 2030, and under our new development plan, we are seeking an investment rate going from 15.3% of GDP to 20% of our GDP. So the bar is set high, and this is why we want to continue developing our business climate ecosystem, particularly in various segments which are still lagging behind, ensuring that various windows can be interoperational as well and reduce red tape. Thank you. Yes, very remarkable outcomes and very laudable ambitions. Mr. Minister Nabe, transparency and legal predictability are key catalysts. Can you share some examples of projects, PPPs, or bold actions on the part of your government that may have been instrumental to your success?
It's good to be back in Rabat, city of garden of knowledge, but also of civilization. And then what Madam said, Guinea, this country in West Africa, one of the biggest PPP projects that we've embarked in the last 3 years is a mining project. Guinea is well known and blessed by mining, but also water. Is known as the water tank of West Africa. One of the integrated project, mining project, about $20 billion, is a PPP project. And this project have embarked people all over the world, partners from Asia, from Africa, from America, from Europe, from the Middle East, to develop an integrated railway, 650-kilometer railway, deep port and the railway. They are both multi-utilisateur, multinodal, which means we're not used for mining, but we'll use for goods and services. What happened, this project became a reality because more than 40 years it became in reality because of good leadership, because of the follow-up. We have created at the President's office a special delivery unit to make sure every Tuesday we see the follow-up and become a reality. On the 11th of November, a couple of days ago, we had the opportunity to inaugurate the railway, but also the port. Become a landmark not only for Guinea, but for the whole Africa, because this railway is connecting from the south to the north, but also is connecting Guinea to neighboring countries like Côte d'Ivoire, like Sierra Leone, like Liberia. Will be regional integrations. For us, public-private partnerships has been ongoing in the country, but this is the way forward. By looking at today's topic, unlocking the private, but taking the success story of this Simando project, we're just embarking right now for the economic development blueprint. That economic development blueprint, the financing required is about $200 billion. But $200 billion, more than 60% is coming from the private sector. This shows how this conference is extremely important on our point of views. But also looking at the macroeconomics agenda, we just finished the rebasing our GDP, whereby our GDP has increased 51.2%. The inflation has gone down from 7% to 3%. Our debt to GDP is about 30%, but also the growth is only 7%. We anticipated next year to be pretty much on the 11%. Guinea is ready. As you know, Africa is the country where it has the lowest, rate of failure of business. That's extremely important for our friends all over the world. That if we plant a seed in Africa, it will grow dramatically. So for us, the call is that Africa is ready, Guinea is ready, we are ready for taking the risk into opportunity, and opportunity to make it a shared prosperity. For us, we need to have a shared prosperity, and that shared prosperity will benefit everybody. PPP is the way forward, and we are calling you for Simandu 2040 vision of the 5 pillars. We are using the mind to develop agriculture, to use mind to develop education, to use infrastructure, to develop finance, at the last to healthcare and well-being. This is the 5 pillars of the Guinea Vision 2040. And last one, I wanted to highlight on that. The vision is good, but you need to have a good leadership. And the good leadership, you need to have enablers. Enablers for Guinea Vision is our project. Enabler is a rating. Guinea, we're very fortunate that we just finished the rating, B+ with outlook stable. But the last one, creating sovereign wealth fund. So I've called our friends all over the world from the Middle East that are doing project. Last week we inaugurated one of the big project, a bridge funded by Kuwait Fund. That's I give shout out to them that finding project in Guinea, but also Arab Coordinator Group that are doing a great job. So let me thank the African Development Bank for this meeting, and we're looking forward to welcome you guys in Guinea, but also in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Truly remarkable numbers and projects. So let me now turn to the Honorable Minister Shide. Regional integration is a strategic priority for investors seeking scale. How is your government aligning national policies with regional frameworks to facilitate cross-border investments and trade?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Regional integration is at the heart of Ethiopia's economic strategy because scale, connectivity, and market access are central to attracting private investment. In fact, regional integration is not just an economic aspiration for Ethiopia, it's a political priority and a cornerstone of our foreign policy. In the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia is a country with the largest population, territory, and the largest GDP, neighboring most of the countries in the Horn of Africa, and our strategic infrastructure investment are significantly linked with the regional integration at its core principle. We are therefore aligning our national policies with regional frameworks in 4 key areas. First, on deepening alignment with continental and regional trade frameworks. Ethiopia is fully committed to African Continental Free Trade Area and has been advancing tariff reduction schedules, custom harmonization, and trade facilitation measures in preparation for commercially meaningful implementation. Our reforms are geared toward ensuring that investors operating in Ethiopia can seamlessly access the wider African market of 1.4 billion consumers. At the regional level, we work closely with IGAD, COMESA on protocols that simplify cross-border movement of goods and services. Regarding integrating African infrastructure with regional corridors, Ethiopia is shaping its major flagship infrastructure programs, whether in energy, transport, logistics, and aviation, as regional assets that anchor regional integration. We are actively expanding transmission interconnections with neighboring countries, strengthening transport links to regional ports, and aligning aviation and logistics reforms to support multi-country value chains. The new Bushoftu International Airport and its logistics ecosystem are part of this broader regional integration vision. We are creating the largest airport in Africa, which is going to be continental asset. In addition, the Horn of Africa initiative has been designed precisely with a clear regional mandate to connect economies, unlock value chains, and position the Horn of Africa as a dynamic engine of growth. Our energy investment is serving the regional countries. Our airline and our airport, Bole International Hub, is serving the entire continent as well. And our digital infrastructure is also connecting to our regions, as well as the express road systems that connecting via Djibouti to Kenya and to Sudan and as well. So Ethiopia is investing a lot on infrastructure that connects its neighbors and serving the regional value chains. Regarding regulatory and investment policy harmonization, through the homegrown economic reform agenda, Ethiopia is modernizing its investment policy, custom process, and digital trade frameworks to ensure consistency with the regional best practices. This allows cross-border investors to operate under clearer, predictable, and more interoperable rules. We are also working with regional and global development partners to strengthen trade facilitation, dispute resolution mechanisms, and standard harmonization to lower transaction costs for businesses operating across borders. Regarding positioning Ethiopia as a regional production and service hub, with a large domestic market by itself and a strategic location and improving logistics, Ethiopia aims to serve as a hub for manufacturing, for aviation, for agro-processing, and digital services for the wider region. By aligning national industrial policies with regional value chain strategies, we offer investors both domestic scale and regional reach. Ultimately, our message to investors is clear. Ethiopia is committed to a more connected, more predictable, and more prosperous region. We see your investment not only transforming our domestic economy, but also driving Africa's broader integration agenda. I would like to thank African Development Bank and its leadership for advancing regional integration agenda through various initiatives and infrastructure development and aligning systems across boundaries. And these types of forum is also very important to leverage greater investment on cross-border regional assets like Bishoftu International Airport and other infrastructure that serve more than one country. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur le ministre Abdallah Suleiman Chersidia, désolé, je n'ai pas correctement prononcé votre nom.
Abdallah Suleiman Chersidia, apologies. I did not present you properly last time. How does Mauritania bring on board legal security and use PPP to modernize its tax system while crowding in private sector investment? Microphone, please.
Alors, le micro est ouvert. Donc, merci.
The mic is open. Thank you. I would like to start by indicating that we share the vision which was echoed by Dr. Sidi Outa. It is a clear vision for Africa, but also an ambitious one. And so I believe under his leadership, the African Development Bank will get the mechanisms which will enable Africa tackle issues which it faces and which are many in number. I would like to point out that Dr. Sidi Outa, President of the African Development Bank, a while ago spoke about an issue which is important and which conditions our PPP process. And so our continent in 2015 would have its labor force equivalent to that of China and India combined. And so this is a huge challenge for Africa. However, it is also an asset because we've noted in the past countries with a huge population face challenges which push them to seek solutions. We've had examples of countries which we've mentioned and others. And so we believe main investments which Mauritania is rolling out cannot only be done using public financing. There are limits towards getting financing, mobilizing domestic resources. And so it is important to think also about the difficulties due to currency or foreign currency. And so we need to think also about the exclusion of the private sector, which could have resources as such. And with other countries, we've thought that the optimal solution will be to crowding private sector investments in key areas, notably areas which include energy, road infrastructure, seaport infrastructure, amongst others. This is important because without such actions, the private sector can't fully harness its potential. And so through PPPs, we need to ensure that we get legal stability. This legal stability is present and grants security to investors. And so through this financing model, it helps create legal protection, and such coverage ensures that outputs which could be sold by the private sector to the state receive payments, and so this payment would be done on the quantities agreed from the onset. As such, we have succeeded in crowding in investors in areas like energy, like sea transport, through seaports, and we believe we shall bring in some more. In addition, we think it is a key path to tackle the challenges which I raised a while ago, but also which our brother Dr. Sido Uta mentioned a while ago. We need to put in place mechanisms which ensure that we draw benefits from the demographic dividends. In our example, if we don't put in conducive solutions to draw the benefits of the population growth, it might stand as a major issue in Africa, and we've seen such situations. In Mauritania, we have a new investment code which brings on board best international practices, and our aim is to ensure that the legal framework, as well as the support of the African Development Bank, would ensure that the country benefits from the expertise which it needs for public-private partnership, and this expertise is legal but also economic. Again, through the support of the African Development Bank, we could ensure that this PPP system is properly handled. Again, the legal framework is important to ensure that we make progress and to enable Africa move beyond private investment challenges, to ensure that we have acceptable prices and make our economy grow as needed. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Madame la Ministre Nadia Feta-Elaoui,
Minister Nadia Feta-Elaoui, regarding the stability of the exchange market, it stands as a concern for investors. So how does Morocco handle volatility and liquidity challenges towards forecasting from donors and investors? And so what is Morocco doing to step up confidence in investors? Thank you very much for your question.
Minutes de l'ouverture des boardrooms.
Which is important as we're about to dive into the boardrooms. I know investors are very tempted to negotiate in hard currency, and so we're going to provide responses In addition, I would request that they communicate in local currency from time to time, because the African continent is truly not responsible for volatility of currency. Now, regarding the currency market stability, it is a pillar for trust and the stability of the economy, especially for local and foreign investors. And so our country opted for a voluntary strategy, which is disciplined and prudent. It seeks to modernize the currency exchange market. In 2015, the central bank readjusted the currency basket to align itself with our currency exchange. And so in 2018, we had the fluctuation of the dirham, but the central bank exceptionally intervened when there were tensions. And so the trade volumes in markets stepped up consistently. And so what enables this currency exchange market to develop? It's the business men and women themselves. We have the tourism industry. We have these segments which enable us to have an economy today which develops itself, which is open to the world, and which stands at about 5% of our businesses. The reform is not over. It is ongoing, and we are supporting this reform through the implementation of banking-derived products. Other reforms are in place, like hedging, to continue on this path. Another key item for our trade policy macroeconomic fundamentals. We have coordination between public policies, but also the central bank policies. It's not always a smooth run, but again, we have heated discussions a few times. All colleagues do face the same. But what is important is that at the end of the day, we agree on our policies. And today, the central bank is working towards targeting inflation. As such, we have a trade policy which has revealed its robustness as the economy stands open and provides safety for investors. In addition, it is continuing, considering milestones which we need to view locally. But as you did mention, it is a dwindling world, and we're not trying to dance or go faster than our shadow. We need to encourage our most fragile investors or businessmen, and we need to work according to the agenda which we've laid down. Thank you, Madam Minister.
Honorable Minister Musoko Twane, can you please provide us with your perspective on and your insights on how Zambia is aligning national policies with regional frameworks to facilitate cross-border investments and trade?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Quickly to appreciate the Minister and your government for hosting us. Our thoughts and greetings to His Majesty the King. Now, this is the first time that I'm attending this meeting, and I say to myself, how I wish we had started this sort of thing 30, 40 years ago, instead of focusing on development based on donations to us, rather than us mobilizing money. So African Development Bank and your sister institutions, well done. This is the road to prosperity. As I was thinking what to share with you around that question, I said, where do I start from? And I start from the fact that 2020, Zambia was the first country to default. We had borrowed too much money, and quite frankly, that was done in the belief that this would bring development. It has not brought development as expected. It has brought problems. But I think our administration was very clear. We need to resolve this debt problem. And from being a defaulter, we are way towards resolving our debt problem. A few days ago, Standard & Poor's elevated us from default status back away to something better than that. We are no longer at default status. We are still a few challenges here and there, but sometimes it's good to get yourself in trouble. Like when a child puts a finger on fire. In fact, my language will say, if a child doesn't know that fire is dangerous, take the finger near the fire, then the child will push away. From then on, they will know that fire is dangerous. So, as we came in, infrastructure was lacking, investors were leaving, economic chaos, and we didn't have money. So what did we say? We are going to use the private sector to do the kind of development that we want. So as we speak right now, the PPP projects that we've signed up are close to $2 billion, doing things like highways. As we speak, there are highways that are being constructed using public-private partnership, and they're doing very well. That was a lesson from burning our fingers with debt. But it has brought good result. This issue of, but the other thing that we realize is that resolving the debt, yes, is very important, yes, it's very necessary, but it will just take us to where we were before the debt restructuring. But the young people connected to the world on the internet know that there's good life to be lived. So they expect more than debt resolution. They're expecting jobs, they're expecting businesses, they're expecting good lives. So we have to do things beyond debt restructuring. What are those things that we are doing? First of all, we took note of the fact that we have mineral resources, mainly copper, manganese, nickel, all these so-called critical minerals, which were being mismanaged. So he said, we are going to focus on this, attract private money in these areas, and we speak, in the last 3 years, we've attracted more than $7 billion of new investments into the mining sector. And this is good. It's raising the export capacity of our country toward the 3 million tons of copper that we speak about. It is happening as we speak. But this brings other challenges. To have a successful mining sector, you need logistics, you need energy. So on the logistics, this man here, seated in front of me, Mr. Tobairo, I'm sure is going to talk about the Lobito Corridor. The Lobito Corridor linking the Congolese, Zambian copper mining sector to the port of Angola. He has done the feasibility study, is doing the EPC attraction of investors. So I'm sure he's going to talk for himself, but we are making progress in terms of attracting money on that corridor. And we've told him this is not going to be government. This is going to be private sector. So private sector, come and invest in a railway line that will be carrying huge amounts of copper. Along that railway line, we want also agriculture to develop. So working out a plan of how we can attract investment along the corridor. That we are doing with this man. But beyond that, this is the railway line that for the first time is going to connect the west coast of Africa in Angola to the east coast of Africa to the port of Dar es Salaam. Because half of that line from Dar es Salaam into Zambia, the start of the works was signed off last week when the Chinese Prime Minister came to Zambia. And this is private money. It's not government money. This is private money. So for the first time, East Coast to West Africa, of Africa connected. We also need power. As we speak right now, the power situation in Zambia, because of drought and the rising economic growth, citizens can only access power 3 hours in 24 hours. So this is serious, but we are busy investing, using private money. As we speak, there are also billions of money coming into the sector. Come and invest. Ready market to be sold in Zambia, to be sold in Tanzania because we are, and East Africa because we are doing the interconnector power station, to be sold in Southern Africa because we are already connected. And now, and this is my final point, where is that other man? Him is busy encouraging us to do an interconnector between Angola, Congo, and Zambia to those copper mines. And we've told him, not a cent from the government, go and look for money from the private sector. Our job is to make the environment to be good. So when you come and invest, the reforms that we've done include the fact that when you present your application, you have approval almost automatically. Not more than 45 days, the approvals, everything that government has to say must be approved. Flexibility in the tariffs, you've got it. I think I've spoken too much. So, to answer your question in one sentence, for us, we've had to learn the bitter lesson by getting debt out of control, out of that private sector money, and with that, reforms to make sure that the private sector love us. You love us also, private sector. Come and invest in Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, mesdames et messieurs. Vous l'avez entendu, des réformes avec des impacts tangibles, des codes d'investissement revus, un
reforms which
focus sur les
impacts
PPP
a
garantissant la
focused
sécurité juridique
investment
pour les
code,
investisseurs, des stratégies
targeted
volontaires,
PPT,
des actions qui ont fait
voluntary
leurs preuves,
strategy,
une ambition,
and
une vision
clear
claire,
actions,
et des stratégies
as well as
très
a
volontaires,
clear
comme on dit. Donc,
vision
ma
and
dernière
voluntary
question,
strategies.
mesdames et
My last question,
honorables ministres,
distinguished
est la suivante,
ministers,
sur de l'Africa
is
Investment
as follows.
Forum.
It's on the Africa
So the
Investment
African
Forum.
Investment Forum position itself as a catalyst and accelerator for investment. From your perspective, how can the AIF best support governments in fast-tracking reforms, structuring bankable projects, and connecting with global investors? What do you expect from the AIF to complement your national efforts? Madame la ministre Kaba, je peux commencer par vous.
Minister Nyale Kaba, let me start with you.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. A while ago, I started by commending the theme of the AIF this year, AIF is revealing how important it stands for our company, for our continent. You've presented the volume of investment intentions, and they need to be made concrete. Africa is a continent with opportunities, and so platforms like the AIF stand as real means to showcase investment opportunities in Africa. It is a platform where we come together and which is being known for countries like us in need of financing. It is a real opportunity to bridge our infrastructure gaps and to achieve our industrialization goals. As such, this would help Côte d'Ivoire achieve its universal energy access ambition. That's it. In its current format, I think we can support the mechanism with several instruments. As I mentioned, we are a continent with opportunities. The issue with Africa is projects don't get to maturity. And so getting to maturity is not part of a mechanism. As such, upstream partners or the founding partners or the facilitators of this mechanism should reflect on how to feed the platform with major projects and with huge impact for the continent. As such, this will enable support to ensure that projects mature and move towards close. Now, monitoring. In my country, for example, there is a huge gap with the investments which flow in and investments which are made concrete at the end. And so there is something to be done towards improving process monitoring, because when we get on board, there are several stages before close, and so we need to step up this monitoring tool to end. I'd like to point out that in Africa, there seems to be a need, probably in sub-Saharan Africa, to step up domestic private investment, wherein private investors could come around the table. And so I think it is also your duty to ensure that when projects appear for financing, around tables we should be able to structure them and bring on board domestic investors who could support. We've got huge investors who are ready. We could think of diaspora funds who could be brought upon to provide support in several sectors. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Chide, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you. I believe there is significant power of African Investment Forum to be a platform where our reform momentum and the flagship project and potential financiers and investors can come together in terms of making it a reality. Ethiopia comes to this conversation with a clear message. Structural reforms and financial innovation are now at the center of our investment strategy. Over the past few years, we have undertaken one of the most ambitious reform programs on the continent, reforming our forex and the monetary systems, modernizing our customs, opening priority markets, and establishing the Ethiopian Securities Exchange to deepen capital markets. These reforms are designed with one purpose: to make private investment the engine of Ethiopia's next phase of growth. We are committed to a future where public capital is used strategically, not to crowd out the private sector, but to de-risk, catalyze, and multiply private capital. That's why liberalization, transparency, and institutional strengthening have been so central to our homegrown economic reform program agenda. We have also a big flagship project driving our transformation. Allow me to highlight one example that captures the scale and ambition of Ethiopia's investment vision. The Bishoftu International Airport and the aviation program is more than an infrastructure project. It is a continental logistics hub, a job generator, a tourism anchor, and a gateway for global trade and aviation. When completed, it will position Ethiopia alongside the world's major aviation hub. And it's only one among several transformation initiatives. We have massive energy project, logistics, industrial parks, mining, digital infrastructure, and climate resilient agriculture. These projects are not just large, they are bankable, supported by strong government institutions, and backed by clear policy direction. They represent a pipeline of investment where commercial returns and development impact aligns. We need innovative financing to deliver this flagship project at scale. Ethiopia is deliberately expanding its use of innovative financing tools. We recognize that traditional public financing alone cannot meet the size, speed, or sophistication required for today's investment environment. This is why we are accelerating instruments such as securitization to turn future revenue streams into investable projects, which we are applying to Bishoftu International Airport, blended finance to bring together concessional capital and commercial investors in a balanced structure, and credit enhancement and guarantees to lower risk for private partners and attract institutional investors. Risk transfer mechanisms to deepen our banking sector's ability to fund long-term projects. These are not abstract concepts, they are practical tools that are already shaping Ethiopia's emerging capital market, enabling PPPs and unlocking investment in energy, logistics, digital services, and high potential sectors. In this journey, the African Investment Forum is an indispensable partner. African Investment Forum helps countries like Ethiopia to take complex transactions from ideas to bankable investments by bringing together deal sponsors, DFIs, and private capital under one platform. Today in the afternoon, we have a big session on Bishoftu International Airport. We would like to invite all our financiers, developers, and potential contractors to join us. I will be joined by President Sidi on the session as well. Through AIF, Ethiopia is able to accelerate preparation of flagship projects, structure transactions with the right de-risking instrument, leverage blended finance, and connect directly to global and regional investors. The forum gives us a tool to shorten deal cycles, strengthen project governance, and unlock new source of capital, especially from institutional investors whose long-term horizon match Ethiopia's infrastructure and industrial ambitions. As we often say, through AIF, Ethiopia can leverage partnerships and the financial innovation to deliver transformative projects. Today's session is therefore not a theoretical dialogue, it is a practical discussion on how to match Ethiopia's reform momentum with the capital, technology, and innovation that global investors bring. It's about building the confidence and the structures that allow private investment to scale up from billions to tens of billions. So Ethiopia's growth story becomes an investment story. We invite partners to join us in shaping Ethiopia's next chapter, a chapter defined by bold reforms, catalytic projects, and innovative financing solutions that turn ambition into bankable reality. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur le ministre Nabé, alors, what do you expect from the AIF to complement your national efforts?
Thank you very much. I think this AIF is a great platform of preparation of project, but also de-risking investment. We believe that this great platform to share success stories. By looking at the audience, I notice many friends from banks, from ECAs, from Exim banks. They have done projects in a couple of African countries. I think this platform will help to duplicate that success story that they have done one country, another one. For us, is a landmark, is a compass. IF can be a compass of private sector in Africa. By looking at this compass as well, just giving one example, Guinea is doing one of their landmark projects called the administrative city, funded by UK Export Finance. Before they start in Guinea, they have done the similar project in Benin. So when we met for the first time, one of the fora, I think that gave a platform for African countries to emulate on that. And then this platform can use as a catalyst of innovation, catalyst of share successes, but share stories. Because what happened for us is, triangular partnerships. You not only do one project in Guinea, as African Development Bank can be very much a catalyst to utilize what have worked in one country and develop the same to another country. What has worked in Cote d'Ivoire, obviously we have the same similarity in Guinea, we can capitalize on that. So for us, what we expect, project preparation, de-risking, as our brother CD mentioned, for his 4 pillars. With these 4 pillars, extremely important, because Guinea, for example, we have a population was estimated by 13 million, now is 17 million. And 75% of 17 million are less than 34 years old. Young people, opportunity, but also can be a challenge. By looking at this platform, we are very pleased to be part of that. But also we are using this platform to call our friends, those that are doing project in Guinea, but those who can add project in Guinea. But they can do blend financing and co-financing. We believe by looking at the Exim Bank, added to African Development Bank, added to the fund in the Middle East, we can do some co-creation, co-financing on the specific project. And that co-financing, co-creation can add value all over Africa. So I upload the work that African Development Bank is doing, upload the work that AIF is doing, should continue that. But in summary, we can use this one as a compass for the highway of Africa future, for Africa private innovation, but also the co-creation of our partners all over the world. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Monsieur le Ministre Abdallah Suleiman Cheikh Sidia, quelles sont vos attentes par rapport à l'AIF et comment pouvons-nous encore mieux servir?
Minister Abdelrahman, what are your expectations for AIF? How can you think that AIF will better serve Mauritania? Thank you very much. I think that the Africa Investment Forum platform is extremely important for a variety of reasons. Firstly, Africa in the 80s, 90s suffered a great deal from the global image of Africa, the image of some investors. But Africa is changing. It is now a choice, this destination. Not quite so for investment, but we see some momentum which is building and it's gaining ground. So this platform will make it possible to know and to showcase the new opportunities in Africa, as well as the new Africa, because today's Africa is completely dissimilar to the Africa of the 80s and 90s, an Africa wherein we have a lot of opportunities, youth with the talent growing, and I'm convinced that Africa is the future of the world, as was the case in the past. So we think that this platform will help in making everybody know a new Africa and in anchoring this positive vision of Africa as an investment destination, which is already happening, but your platform is playing an important role and still play an important role. Secondly, this platform is a very important forum for which I congratulate you, congratulate the African Development Bank as well as our partners on the fact that it makes it possible for investors, decision makers, and all the stakeholders in private investment cycle get together, interact, and as such discover the opportunities which present themselves in each of the countries which are represented on this platform. It is also an opportunity for some African countries some of which are not yet properly endowed with the skills or are not open enough to know what's happening worldwide to get access to the global best practices in terms of crowding in private investments. And also, it is an opportunity as we talk about organizing meetings, the various meetings which will happen in the course of the next 3 days, for more opportunities to be given to African countries. These are very important issues which we think you play a very important role on. And we, not only Mauritania, but other countries in similar situations, look forward to this. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Madam Nadia Feta Alawi, what are your expectations? Well, in terms of measuring the expectations, I'm not sure this room would suffice for the next editions of the AIF, which I think will be an indispensable marketplace for investments on the continent of Africa. And I don't really want to be cynical, but I think that investors will not invest in development potential. Ultimately, while we are in Africa, they are coming here to get a bottom line for profit, which is not a bad idea. Here, we should not be thinking only about potential. What is expected of us is, to come up with bankable projects which can be financed. And I think this forum should work year long to come up with the pipelines of projects which everybody is seeking here. So what I would say is that you may not have large-scale activities in each and every country. These are economic realities. But one of my expectations is that the experiences of all and sundry be availed to African countries, that we have, for instance, a dedicated railways fund, which will not come to set up on the continent of Africa for a long time, because there is just one project in the east or one project in the west. We need to demonstrate that we have a pipeline of bankable projects for several years. For instance, with the World Bank, we have the projects for connectivity in all subjects, data centers in all governments worldwide. We need this digital transformation, and we think that we really need the data centers. Can we do this at scale in all countries? I don't know. But I think AIF can help us in concretizing this value proposition from north to south and east to west. Thank you. Thank you very much.
What are your expectations? What do you expect from the AIF to complement Zambia's national efforts?
Thank you very much indeed. Our expectations, number one, is that this forum will continue to do what? Firstly, to bring bankable projects as it continues to do. Secondly, to exchange experiences of practical things that are happening across our countries. That is very important because, as you can imagine, if you look back into history at the way Europe industrialized, it did not start from everywhere. I think we are told the Industrial Revolution started first in England and then it migrated. How did it migrate? Through exchange of knowledge, like what we are doing here today. So exchange of knowledge is important. Secondly, policy exchanges. To do some of the things that we are doing now, it requires policy changes. Accepting, for example, that the private sector can do things that we never thought about before. So when these policy changes are made and we share them here, we strengthen each other. Because you move away from thinking that, oh, these private sector people, if I allow them to do electricity generation, will the government survive? Are they not going to squeeze the government? That is the mentality that, unfortunately, still exists today. And to the extent that these policy changes can be exchanged within ourselves, we strengthen ourselves, we give ourselves encouragement. So those things of exchanging information on the projects, policy changes, experiences, please continue doing these things. They are good for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And just to say that in the case of Zambia, we have what we call a public-private PPDF, public-private
Partnership.
No, not partnership. Okay. Discussion forum, where the private sector meets a committee set up by the president, and the private sector people say, here are our problems, which your government are causing. If you resolve these issues, we'll be able to move forward. So we are ready to hear from a forum such as this into this PPDF, and we are always willing to change so that we facilitate for the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and a big round of applause for the ministers who have agreed to share their insights and experience. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Avant de poursuivre, une photo de famille pour immortaliser ce moment.
A group photo before we move on, please. A group photo.
Les photographes, c'est le moment. Mr. The family picture, sir. Mr. C'est vrai que, mesdames et messieurs, c'est toujours impressionnant de voir à quel point le fait de prendre quelques minutes pour partager son expérience, ça peut changer la donne.
Just taking time, a few minutes off to share experiences changes things. And I really want to thank the ministers here present for taking the time to share their experiences and strategies with us in this room. And, ladies and gentlemen, let me also indicate that we are not yet in the coffee break time. Thank you very much.
Et un grand merci à nouveau à la modératrice.
And once again, a resounding thanks to the moderator as well as all the ministers who participated at this panel.
Now, to set the tone for the conversations and commitments that lie ahead, we invite you to discover the spirit, the purpose, and the transformative energy of this platform. Please turn your attention to the screen for the official introductory video of the Africa Investment Forum. Thank you.
Transforming Africa's rich natural resources requires strategic investments. As projects take shape, Africa moves forward, though we need scale and speed. To unlock the continent's full potential requires $108 billion every year. The 2025 Africa Investment Forum Market Days is pointing the way to bridge the gap and attract the much-needed private capital. In the next 3 days, we will de-risk, manage and nurture investment opportunities. Your investments will power Africa's economic growth, create jobs and uplift lives to build a stronger, bankable and sustainable future for Africa. From innovative financing tools to blended finance, overcoming risks and facilitating investment, the Market Days herald solutions for the delivery of bigger, impactful projects. Finance ministers, development finance institutions, and the Africa Investment Forum's founding partners are all here to advance critical investment transactions to closure. Be part of this transformation.
Africa is perceived to be risky from an investment perspective. However, the reality of it is not the case.
Leading insurance players expand across Africa, unlocking new ways to mobilize private capital. They are proving that old fears about investment risk no longer hold true. The public-private partnership project, Multilateral Goshen Power Morocco, is a gigafactory that will produce batteries, cathodes and anodes. Located in Kenitra, Morocco, a strategic site near Europe, this plant has already secured orders from European automobile manufacturers. This project will be presented in a boardroom. It is seeking an investment of $650 million. Also promoting clean energy, the Facility for Energy Inclusion was created to help power the continent. It provides flexible, sustainable and efficient financing to support the expansion of small-scale energy solutions. Supported by the African Development Bank, it's seeking a funding request of $279 million. 60% of Africa's population is under 25. The continent has the world's largest workforce and consumer markets to drive the future.
A study from Moody's, which is not known to be biased towards Africa in general, that basically says that in fact the recovery rates for Africa is actually much better than any other continents.
Strategic investments in transport, energy, digital or water infrastructures both represent challenges and financial opportunities as Africa offers the world's highest investment returns. Ethiopia's aviation sector has urgent needs to increase capacity for both passenger and cargo traffic. Led by the Ethiopian Airlines Group, a Star Alliance member airline, the Bishoftu International Airport project will provide the country with a world-class international airport. To do so, the state-owned company has appointed the African Development Bank as the initial mandated lead arranger. The total value of the project is $12.5 billion and it's seeking an investment of $8.8 billion. The AD Port Group plans to expand the Luanda Terminal project in Angola. This multi-purpose port and container terminal is set to become a game-changing infrastructure. Once completed, its container capacity will increase by 1,300%. This project is asking for $280 million. The continent has significant resources to power the global green economy, and the market days showcase mega renewable energy and sustainable infrastructure projects, the engines for a resilient and prosperous Africa. The 2025 edition will showcase 39 investment-ready projects, raising $32.6 billion in debt and equity investment. 3 days, ready for the opportunities, cutting-edge investments to transform Africa, the world's growing investment frontier of the 21st century. Listen, discuss, invest. Let the deals begin.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez prendre place. La session va commencer dans quelques instants. Merci.
Take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We'll soon start the session.
About to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez prendre place. La session va commencer dans quelques instants. Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
La mission me paraît impossible, celle de regagner votre attention. Mais puisque nous sommes dans un
this seems impossible to me, that is to grab your attention, since we are in an important forum with enriching discussions. We will just say once again, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so we can continue with very important discussions.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? We're about to restart with a high-level panel. Nous allons demander à l'ensemble de l'organisation, le protocole, de nous accompagner dans cette mission
protocol,
qui sera
please help
forcément
us,
possible car nous avons hâte de vous faire vivre ici ce
because we
panel
really
haut
want
niveau.
you to experience this high-level panel.
Nous invitons le protocole
We
plus
invite
d'autorité que nous
protocol, which is more
nous offrir
authoritative
ici
than us, to
l'attention de notre salle.
lend us assistance in this respect.
On va se donner 10 secondes
10 seconds
avant d'y aller.
before
10
we
seconds
set the
to
ball rolling.
Start with the high-level panel. And allow me to introduce first of all and give you more details. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons maintenant démarrer. Notre délégation officielle est
Ladies
encore
and
présente avec nous.
gentlemen,
We now move for our
we are
first
going to start.
high-level panel of the day. This discussion focuses on how public-private partnership and development finance institution can scale investment and build the infrastructure backbone Africa needs. So it's quite difficult for me. And this is the panel of the AIF partners. Our moderator for this panel possesses a unique authority on the mechanics of turning ambitious African projects into bankable realities. He advises government a global cooperation in major energy, resource, and infrastructure ventures with a practice built upon 27 years of leadership and the African Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome on stage the moderator, Khalidou Gadio, partner DLA Piper, with a round of applause. Nous allons accueillir maintenant notre modérateur qui monte sur le pupitre et vous inviter à nouveau à nous offrir votre attention.
We'll welcome our moderator who is making his way to the rostrum. We know that you are all having engaging discussions. Please
Assistance, merci beaucoup. Monsieur le modérateur.
be with us here,
Merci beaucoup.
Mr. Moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, try to be seated. We are running out of time. Could you be please seated? Thank you. Huh? Okay, you are, madam? Okay, so you want me? Yes, I know. So you want you to speak a little earlier? Okay. Hello. Thank you very much. I would like to call to the floor. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to call to the floor Abdullah Al-Musaibi, the president of Badia. Thank you. And then I would like to call Samaila Zubairu, president of AFC. Then I would like to call my good friend Admasu Tades, group president and CEO of TDB. I would like to call Alain Ebobisse, CEO of Africa 50. And then I would like to call Madam Kanayo Awani, who's the Executive Vice President at African Bank. And last but not least, I would like to call Mpo Mokwere, Group Executive Transaction of DBSA. So good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. President, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Welcome to this important session featuring the head of African Development Finance Institutions. Today, we will be exploring how public partnership, development finance institution, and strategic collaboration can unlock private capital for transformative, high impact in development across Africa. As we know, bridging the infrastructure gap in sectors like energy, transport, and healthcare. I was just talking to the doctor, he said that we should mention healthcare. So healthcare is definitely important. Required bold, innovative financing solutions. This session will delve into how partnership can mobilize capital, manage risk, and deliver sustainable outcomes, while highlighting the critical role of DFIs, as you are, in the Africa Investment Forum as a platform in scaling investment across the continent. But before we do that, I would like to call President Daniel Best, who is the President of the Caribbean Development Bank, to deliver a keynote speech. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, President Ulta, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished colleagues, esteemed partners, I bring you greetings from your brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, the 6th region of Africa. It is a privilege to address this year's Africa Investment Forum, an event that has become a global reference point for innovation, transformative ambition, and decisive action. The theme, Bridging the Gap, Mobilizing Private Capital to Unlock Africa's Full Potential, speaks directly to a challenge and a unique opportunity that defines both our regions and increasingly shapes our shared future. It is a challenge the Caribbean confronts daily, the imperative to move from ambition to implementation by mobilizing private capital at scale in markets that are small, vulnerable, and in need of transformative investment. Africa and the Caribbean share more than historical ties. We share the same development urgency, the same aspirations for resilient, inclusive growth, and many of the same structural constraints, narrow fiscal space, exposure to exogenous shocks, and sizable infrastructure gaps that persist even where political will is strong. Public resources alone cannot close these gaps. Across both our regions, the solution is evident. We must urgently mobilize substantial private capital more than we have ever done before. This is why public-private partnerships, development finance institutions, and strategic partnerships matter. They are essential mechanisms for shifting development trajectories in emerging economies. When fully optimized, they convert constraints into opportunities and transform markets long viewed as high risk into not only viable, but dare I say lucrative, innovative, and extremely investable spaces. The bank's wide array of projects in the Caribbean offer practical examples of what is possible when vision, commitment, and flexible financing structures converge. Dominica's pioneering geothermal project stands as one such example. This project, positioned to deliver clean, reliable, and affordable baseload energy, began as a concept that many commercial players viewed as too risky. Yet through strong public leadership, carefully structured risk allocation, concessional finance, and private sector operational expertise, it is now charting the way forward for renewable energy transformation in vulnerable small island states. Its great value lies not only in its climate and economic benefits, but in the demonstrative effect it creates. That when risks are well understood, mitigated, and shared, capital will flow, even in frontier markets. This philosophy of consistent engagement also guides the Caribbean Development Bank's strategic partnerships. As examples, our collaboration with the Green Climate Fund enables us to mobilize climate-resilient infrastructure investment across multiple islands, effectively multiplying the scale of what national budgets could achieve alone. While the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility is another pioneering solution to our peculiar regional issues. It is a globally recognized model for pooling risk and providing rapid liquidity after disasters. It is proof that when governments, DFIs, and private partners align, systemic vulnerabilities can be managed collectively. In many ways, DFIs function as market architects. When we help a government prepare a pipeline, structure a concession, or design a blended finance mechanism, we are not simply facilitating a single project. We are improving the environment for all future investments. This is how ecosystems take shape. And ecosystems, not isolated transactions, are what ultimately unlock scale. The bank's business is enabling and supporting these ecosystems now more than ever. Africa's financing needs underscore the urgency of this work. Current estimates suggest the continent requires over $170 billion annually in infrastructure investment. Yet less than half of that is mobilized today. Tightening fiscal space and heightened debt vulnerabilities compound the challenge, but they also present a historic opportunity. There is a rising global pool of private capital actively seeking investments that generate both financial return and sustainable development impact. The question is not whether capital exists, it is whether we can create the conditions to attract it. Platforms like this, the African Investment Forum, offer an unparalleled opportunity to do just that. By convening governments, institutional investors, DFIs, and project developers, the AIF creates a shared space for alignment, partnership, and action. This is the type of coordination mechanism that both Africa and the Caribbean must leverage if we are to close the investment gap at scale. There is tremendous scope for deeper Africa-Caribbean collaboration in blended finance, PPP structuring, and project preparation. Small island states have deep experience in climate resilience, risk mitigation, and adaptation investment, areas that are increasingly relevant across the African continent. Africa, in turn, offers scale, innovation, and financial depth that can benefit Caribbean markets. CDB recognizes the enormous potential in expanding cooperation with the African Development Bank, the Africa 50 Infrastructure Platform, and of course, the AIF. Together, we can codify shared lessons, co-design financial solutions, and mobilize investment that neither region can unlock on its own. As we look ahead, one principle must remain clear. Capital is a means, not an end. Infrastructure becomes development only when it improves lives, making societies more dynamic, more inclusive, and more resilient. Well-structured partnerships deliver more than assets. They deliver confidence. They create jobs, improve service delivery, accelerate digitalization, strengthen climate resilience, and drive growth that reaches communities. The opportunity before us is immense, but capturing it requires leadership that is bold, imaginative, and collaborative. Governments must continue to strengthen policy frameworks and institutional capacity. DFIs must take smart risks, innovate in structuring, and remain patient partners. Private investors must engage with a long-term view, recognizing that frontier markets can deliver both impact and return when properly structured. Friends, I am convinced that if we align these strengths, if we scale what works, replicate proven models, and double down on coordination, then bridging the investment gap becomes not an aspiration, but an achievable outcome. Africa and the Caribbean stand at a similar crossroads. Our challenges may be significant, but together our potential is far greater. With partnership, discipline, and ambition, we can unlock capital at scale and deliver development that endures, because the people of our regions deserve nothing less. Friends, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's start. You've heard during the previous panel, a number of ministers express their hope and desire of what you can bring. Let me start with you, Abdullah Al-Musaibi. Did I say it correctly? Yes. Thank you very much. My understanding is that you've been in the job less than 4 months. So let's applaud. Congratulations. So Badia is a well-known institution today in Africa, in large part because of his predecessor. But now you're taking helm of the institution. Can you tell us what is the unique role in bridging Arab capital and African opportunities? How can PPP be structured to attract non-traditional investor into African market?
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية أحب أن أشكر المملكة.
Allow me at the outset to profusely thank the Kingdom of Morocco and His Majesty King Mohammed VI for hosting such an important event, all along with the attendance of Her Excellency Minister of Finance to the opening ceremony.
Is to bring the Arab investment to Africa. And our role, this is our main mandate and our role to do that things.
Can you just recall actually how Badia was created in the first place?
Yes, Badia established in 74 by a decision of the Arab League in Algiers to establish an institute working in the sub-Sahara region, the African countries, and the board member will be from the Arab countries. It's especially founded for Africa.
Thank you.
And since that time, over 50 years, we are working in all over the African countries, sub-Sahara African countries.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And Badia has been working with a range of partners to attach both traditional and non-traditional investors in Africa. We are investing in, we have 3 pillars to work with Africa: the public sector, and the private sector, and trade finance.
Okay.
So our job is, as I said, bring the Arab investors to work with the African countries.
Yes.
And it's alignment with the strategic priorities of both regions. And as we work in food security, let me mention a brief about the ACG. In the Arab countries, we have 10 institutes, coordination group called the ACG. We are We are coordination our work in all over the world, and part of the world is Africa. So the Arab group have initiative for Africa or for the whole, like the food security. The ACG put 10 billion until 2030 just to finance this sector. And energy, renewable energy and hydro, transition including solar, mining and critical mineral, logistic and trade corridors, digital economy infrastructure. In digital economy infrastructure, we work with the Smart Africa by some grants to facilitate the private sector to come inside with full studies. In case of the critical minerals, like electrical vehicle value chain case in DRC and Zambia. Also, we are working for the private sector in the concession loans in this scale. Minister of Zambia said they have projects and they need to finance the infrastructure of this investment project, and here comes our role.
Yes.
So the private sector, when it comes to invest in any project, the project itself needs an infrastructure, like the roads, like surrounding the project. Here comes our role.
I see.
We facilitate this infrastructure, so the investor comes and he is confident that there is everything to invest in his money.
Thank you.
Also, we are provision of strong risk mitigation instrument for such as a political and regulatory risk guarantees. Also, the most important, develop flagship PPP project that demonstrate capacity and scale. IAF and the Arab Africa Financial Consortium may play an instrumental role in de-risk investment opportunity. In that matter, as an institute work in Africa, we have to de-risk for the investors by providing studies, full studies, as I said, the infrastructure around, and also we did as funded 120 million for capital increase of ASF, African Solidarity Fund, to guarantee project and financial. That's in brief what we are doing to facilitate for the infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Perhaps you could elaborate further, because when you talk about Africa, it is my understanding that not all 54 African countries could actually tap into Badia. By Africa, you mean probably a certain segment of population.
In Badia terms, when we said Africa, it's Sub-Sahara, only Sub-Sahara countries.
Okay.
And I would like to add something. Also, the Arab Coordination Group pledged $50 billion just for Africa.
I see.
So we are working at that, and this pledge comes until 2030.
So this is important to know that the Badia does not finance, for instance, North Africa. Countries like Mauritania is not eligible to receive financing.
Yeah, they are a board member.
They are board member. Okay,
Thank you.
That's good to know. The second issue I just want to follow up quickly is that number of instruments you use all universal, I would say conventional as well as like Sharia type of investment. Do you?
Yes, we deal with Sharia investment like Sukuk.
Sukuk, yeah.
Yeah, we work in that field, in investment, and also we help the other institute or work with them, like our big sister Islamic Development Bank.
But you do conventional financing, like
yes,
loan,
we do.
You can charge interest.
Yes.
You don't have any problem with that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me go first to my dear friend, Samaila Zubairu. You are the president of Africa Finance Corporation. This institution has poised itself as a leading DFI in structuring and financing infrastructure across Africa. How can stronger partnership between DFI, government and private sector help move projects from planning to impact?
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I want to start by thanking our partners at the Africa Investment Forum and encourage us to sustain this very important forum. Clearly, it's a good way for us to have a dialogue with the government and several investors on how we can mobilize capital at scale. I want to quickly touch on some points I got from the last meeting with the ministers. I think we got some very interesting feedback, from the ministers, because it's good for us to find a way to work together. And I want to build on the suggestion by the Minister of Finance from Zambia, where he mentioned that we should convene public-private or public-presidential dialogues, so that we can tell the government, what they need to do for us to mobilize capital. I think that's a very, very important point. And I want to encourage all governments to have the same mechanism in place, and for us as partners to specifically convene a session like this the next time we meet. We create a specific session whereby we have all the feedback from all our clients and everybody that we work with, because we're on the ground, we know the issues, and we kind of reinforce the message. So one of the things that didn't quite come true in the discussion was how the African Continental Free Trade Area adds scale, to all what the individual countries are doing. And because this is the Africa Investment Forum, it's important to bring that together. Now, one of the things that will facilitate that is the free movement of people and goods, because all the ministers, or some of the ministers, talk about tourism and how that is important. So it's important to find a way to enhance that dialogue. All the ministers talked about the need for more value capture, more job creation in their various economies, and I encourage them to sustain that, because it's important to also enhance their revenues. If we move from exporting raw materials to finished goods, the tax base of the countries expand. So if you're exporting raw materials, it's low value, finished goods, much higher value, and so that is very important. And then thirdly, I think they all talked about policy and policy consistency, which is very, very important, because policy consistency is what will build credibility,
yes,
with everybody, and it's important that we find a way to do that. And it leads to your specific question that you asked, because we are only able to, I would say, bridge Africa's potential to progress and prosperity for our people with consistent policy frameworks. And we're only able to align the capital that's required for development, project preparation, or however you call it, when there is proper policy and proper framework in place. So we, like you mentioned, have focused on building bankable projects across the continent. And we do that mainly by engaging with government, having a dialogue with them all the time about what is possible and what needs to be in place, and taking the first step to ensure that we are all collectively on that journey together. And I'd like to make this by reference to a project that we're working on, which you've all heard about, the Lobito Corridor. That is an important project because it kind of brings together the complexity of what we're trying to achieve. It's first a 7-party project, It's the government of Zambia, the government of DRC, the government of Angola, the African Development Bank, the US Program for Infrastructure Investment, the European Commission, and more recently, the government of Italy. So it's a combination of all the parties. We have taken the lead in doing the initial development that would create a platform for other partners to come and work alongside us. Now, Badia mentioned something very important. He mentioned food security as a key objective of the Arab Coordination Group. I want to assure him that on this project, a big part of the work is also to open the food security or the agricultural value chain of that region. So this project is more than just diversifying supply chain for critical minerals and building value chains for battery minerals. It is also going to open up the agricultural value chain, is also going to open up tourism. And like I've always mentioned, this is a project that we're working on all together. It's a partnership. It's a partnership of ourselves and our members of the African Alliance for Multilateral Financial Institutions, our partners in the African Investment Forum. All of us collectively work together to bring this project to life. We have made significant progress on this. We are right now at the point of evaluating EPC contractors. We are on track to break ground by next year, and like I've mentioned, we're going to break ground in the 2 lots that we have already bid out. So we're bidding out Lot 1, which is the Angola section, Lot 2, which is the Zambian section, and Lot 3 will be the systems to run the rail. So we hope to break ground with both contractors, both in Zambia and in Angola, by the end of next year.
Thank you. But President, you mentioned a couple of times the policy framework, but is it my understanding that AFC does not actually finance policy-based loan? So how do you manage to actually make the government change their policies? Because the other institutions like the African Development Bank or the World Bank, they actually have specific policies.
So we do
reforming policies.
So we do support governments for infrastructure. So we do give loans to government to fund infrastructure.
Yes.
We do provide capital, to projects directly to de-risk the project. So for example, we provided the capital for the feasibility studies. We provided the capital for the legal work stream that led to the signing of the concession agreements in record time. We provided capital for the environmental social impact assessment. And on the back of that, we got the grant from the EU to complete or help us further the study. So we do both investment directly in projects. We take the risks always. We're comfortable. This is our continent. We know that somebody has to develop it, and we put ourselves forward to do the development. So we take that risk, and we work with governments to also complement the risks that we take. We work with governments to provide viability gap funding in some instances. And we also encourage government that there are ways around the viability gap funding by, let's say, being more generous on the right of way. First, you provide the right of way and be generous with the right of way such that you can build industrial clusters around the project. So for example, Lobito Corridor is not just about the rail line. It's about the battery minerals value chain that has to be built. It's about the transmission lines that are going to be built from Angola to the corridor. It's about the agricultural value chain that this will unlock. You'll be surprised that most of the inquiries and partnerships that have come to us have been on the agricultural value chain. More than we have sought the minerals, the miners, but the agricultural value chain people have sought us, because they see it as an opportunity to open up, the food basket in that space.
A provocative question. You are, compared to your peers, relatively young, and yet you seem to gain such notoriety. And most importantly, you have been cited by the Prime Minister of taking a lead role in one of the most important projects. What is your secret?
I think it's conviction about Africa's prospects. So again, like I always say this, somebody has to develop Africa, and it is Africans that will develop Africa. So we take that, we have that strong conviction
that we must lead the development of Africa. Once we lead that, others will follow. And we've seen this severally in our earlier lives. The only thing that happens is one that you have started. It's easier to have a conversation on how can we scale than how do we start. So we have to take ownership in starting, proving the case, and then others will follow, which is why we did the research to show that Africa does have capital. And Africa has $4 trillion of domestic capital that we have to find a way of channeling to productive investments. We have to find a way for pension funds to be comfortable with the risks to invest in infrastructure and industrial growth of Africa. We must be comfortable and confident to create or build the conditions, create the conditions for jobs to be created on the continent on a long-term sustainable basis.
Thank you very much. Let me move to my dear friend Admesu. Admesu, you initially ran a regional financial institution, but nowadays you are basically a continental institution. So can you explain, has it been an instrumental in regional integration? How can partnership be leveraged to scale cross-border projects and drive trade and connectivity?
Thank you very much, Khalidou. Very pleased again to be here at this edition. When you talk about cross-border projects, that has actually been a cross-cutting theme since we gathered here this morning. In the opening panel, the ministers, several of them spoke about transformational projects. We heard about the iron ore project of Guinea. We heard about the aviation project in Ethiopia, the airport. We heard about the Lobito corridor from the Minister of Finance of Zambia, and Samaila's come back to that. The one thing that they all have in common is scale. They're big. And in our industry of finance, there's something called risk management. Risk management means there's only so much you can do alone. So when you ask me, partnerships, how do partnerships get leveraged to make cross-border projects work? It's about how efficiently you're able to club together, how efficiently you're able to syndicate together. We heard from the minister from Guinea, he talked about so many different parties across 3-4 different continents being critical to the project that he was proud to tell us about this morning. As passionate and as conviction-driven as Samaila is on the Lobito corridor, the truth is that's a $5-6 billion project, just the railway line alone, without talking about the transmission lines, without talking about some of the beneficiation projects along that corridor. So the one hard reality we all face is no matter how much you want to lead, you cannot lead any transaction on your own. You have to take so many partners with you. And in some cases, these are not even financing partners. Sometimes you need to bring insurance partners along, because that's, again, the nature of the industry. As financial institutions, you have to optimize your balance sheet. You have to do various things, including bringing on board risk-sharing partners. In some cases, you actually need special partners who will come to the party even before you have a deal. So then you need partners who will come at the top of the stream, not midstream, not downstream, at the very high end of the stream. And there the risks are the highest. And you need a very special kind of capital to come in to actually push the feasibility agenda before the financing case is clear. And so there you probably need different types of partners to come in. So when you ask what kind of partnerships have we leveraged as TDB, we have always understood that it's an ecosystem that you're trying to optimize in the final analysis. And it's like any case of trying to close a circle. You know, you can have half the circle closed with 2-3 players, but sometimes it's just not going to close the circle. So that's why the AIF is so important, right? So we have these boardrooms this afternoon. Some of the mega projects that we've discussed, you know, this morning are going to be discussed there. Why are they in the boardrooms? They're in the boardrooms because the 1 or 2 FIs, the financial institutions who are already backing those transactions, can't do it alone. We're trying to build clubs, we're trying to build syndicates around these transactions. And so for me, that's the essence of partnership. And it's really not just about sharing the risk and leveraging one another to get to the scale that's required. is always an issue of time, right? And this is always a troublesome issue in our industry.
But it's
time. How do you do it efficiently?
Yes, but Mr. President, DFIs are not known to be fast. So were you talking about other partners? So what can you say to other financiers who see generally DFIs are a little slower than faster?
Well, absolutely. I mean, and I think that is an honest truth that you have spoken, and we've seen it being expressed recently, even by one of the largest MDBs in the World Bank Group. We all heard how President Banga has insisted on slashing the number of pages in the reports that go to boards. Just a simple matter of having simple submissions to boards where you don't actually have 100-page documents. To produce a 100-page document, it takes long. To read a 100-page document, it takes very long. So, I mean, really, there is always a question around bureaucracy and how we simplify things and make sure that the lead times. Commercial banks are very well known for being fast, Khalidou. They have a vocabulary that we don't often use in our industry of development finance. And that vocabulary is TAT. T-A-T, turnaround time. Commercial banks, they track it. They have KPIs, they have diagnostics, and they're always watching the clock, how long it takes to move a deal through a process.
Why don't DFI?
Our industry is accused of not paying enough attention to time issues. And that's why this morning in our closed session of the founding partners of AIF, one of the issues we were discussing was how can we avoid duplication? If Samaila does an appraisal on a project, do I have to go and do the same appraisal, appoint new consultants and do everything from scratch, or can I have a little bit of faith that this gentleman and his institution are competent enough for me to take his financial model or his appraisal on the environmental side or the technical appraisals and actually run with the ball? You know, a relay race is you have a baton.
Specialists that have less than 1% loan losses.
Absolutely.
So, of course, if any board members of TDB are here and hearing me speak, I'm not saying I'm signing off on what his board signs off, but of course we have governance, we have to take these things through our own boards, but I think really we have a big challenge of really truncating these 12 to 18 to 24 months that are typically the turnaround times for our industry. And I think this is where innovation becomes key. Technology. During COVID, one of the things we realized is you could use blockchain to actually get around the DHL problem. Not that DHL is an issue, but we discovered that to close a transaction, everybody needs to move documents, real hard documents that have to move by DHL. It takes a week or 2 weeks, or if you have COVID, it's stuck. Planes are not moving, you can't move the docs. Your deals come to a conclusion. So what we've ended up doing is saying, how can we use digital structures and start embracing digital technologies to upload documentation simultaneously in real time so that everybody can sign off within 1 or 2 days as opposed to 3-4 weeks, you know, using snail mail as they call it in the US. And so there's many things that we've all been trying to do to push the digitization agenda, but also our business processes, our governance models. As I've said, I think the World Bank Group has really been pushing very hard on timing issues, as we've all been seeing. We have an amazing partnership these days with the World Bank Group. In fact, in the interest of partnerships, you talked about what makes it successful. Sometimes you have to do business unusual. This morning, the president of Badia said, I'm here at AIF not to break what's already going on. I want to do business unusual. Business unusual, what does that mean? It means, you know, getting out of your comfort zone. So last month, we signed off 5 grants to 5 companies, 5 African companies who are also international in character, and we gave them grants of about $10 million, pure grants, non-returnable grants. Why? This is the blended finance point. And they said, look, we'll be very happy to go to rural areas to extend the connectivity of access to energy to poor households, but we can't do that on commercial money. We need you to step in and help us blend and make it worth our while to actually go into these areas that are not yet fully commercially feasible. How did we do that? We had a partnership with the World Bank Group and IDA. And we formed our own concessional vehicle within TDB called TDF, and the Trade and Development Fund was able to grant $10 million. But on the other side of the banking operations, we were able to give a commercial loan at the same time. So, I mean, partnerships have so many faces, but it all has to do with understanding the ecosystem of a transaction. To close the circle, you need many different players and many different instruments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Alain, CEO Africa 50, you are also quoted by the Minister of Zambia as having, if I'm not mistaken, having played a role that he recognized. You were established to accelerate infrastructure development across continent. Can you say, give an example how successful? I guess you got a testimony from one of the preceding members in fulfilling that mandate, both in project development and infrastructure financing.
Well, thank you, Khalidou, and thank you, the African Development Bank and all the partners for Africa Investment Forum for this great platform. Look, the success will be when we significantly close the infrastructure gap in Africa. But what I can tell you, and you mentioned that we are probably the youngest institution on the stage. We next year will have 10 years of operations. But what we did is to try to fast track the implementation of projects. We started, for example, with 2 funds, Africa 50 Project Development and Project Finance. Today, we are managing 5 funds/investment vehicles. By the end of next year, I think we probably will be around 7, establishing ourselves as a full-fledged equity asset managers covering the entire continent, focusing on equity, but also project development. That's probably all we do. We don't do debt, at least not for now. So we think we've made good progress. We think there's a lot more to do. From the onset, we decided to focus on speed of execution. Over the last 9 years, we not only built the platform, but we invested in 33 projects across 34 countries, and for a total combined project cost of about $9 billion. And we achieved that because we are leveraging the capital. We are doing only project development and equity. And what we also do is to try to bring additional ideas to the continent. We call them innovation, but they are not innovation. These are stuff that have been done elsewhere. For example, we are doing the first asset recycling transaction in Africa where we can unlock resources that are tied into government commercial assets. We finished the Senegambia asset recycling. With Zambia, we are talking to the minister about the Kazungula Bridge. Hopefully, we can recycle that project, freeing up capital for government to be able to reinvest the money into new assets. We are also on the verge to sign the first independent power transmission project in Africa. Transmission is the next wave, in my opinion, of significant private investment in power in Africa. In Kenya, we are about to sign a concession agreement. TDB is one of our partners on the debt. We're very happy with that. One of the things I will finish with that we are also really proud of have implemented is the mobilization of pension fund and investors from Africa. Work in progress, but we have achieved the acceleration funds. We raised money from 22 LPs, limited partners, investors. Out of those 22, 20 are Africans. We have sovereign wealth funds, we have pension funds from Northern Africa, Southern Africa, East, West. This is the way to go. It's only $400 million for now, but it's the framework. We're raising money from Africa, but also globally, and then we can do more. So our story is a story of implementation at speed. The next wave is a story of scale. We know how to do things, now we have to scale.
Thank you, Alain. Could just a follow-up? I mean, one of the objectives was also that your institution should be able to narrow the gap between, identification and actually closing.
Yes.
What has been your experience in actually making that kind of improvement? Because infrastructure project takes time to get off the ground.
Yeah, it's a very important point. Everybody has to talk about speed, the sense of urgency. It is how to develop project. I used to run the Global Project Development Fund Infraventures of the World Bank Group. So I know that this is not only an African problem, that infrastructure development takes time. I'm pleased to say that at Africa 50, we have reduced the development time to financial close to somewhere between 3.5 years. It takes a lot of time. I know when I was at IFC at the World Bank Group, not because of IFC, it's because the countries in Nepal, we develop projects in Nepal, it takes on average maybe 7 to 10 years to get an hydro project to the development phase to the financial phase. Today we're reducing that time. We can do a lot more, but we have track record in showing how we reduce. But we have to be careful, because you can also reduce the time by selecting projects which are the easiest to get to the financial close. So we have to make sure that we take on some of those challenging projects. It takes time, but we have to have speed just to finish on that. I have been arguing, and without much success, that speed in execution has to be a KPI of all the head of organizations, whether it's the World Bank, AFDB, ourselves. Speed. Can we do that? I've been talking about that. Nobody is taking me on this proposal, so I'm making it again.
Thank you very much. I may come back to you for a follow-up. Let me go to Madam Awani. You are an executive vice president of Exim Bank. It is a leading institution in trade and project finance innovation. Could you tell us a little bit of a challenge and a success as well in driving regional investment?
No, thank you very much, and let me join the other partners to thank African Development Bank, and also to thank the founding partners for sustaining the momentum of this forum, of bringing well-prepared, investment-ready projects, bridging the gap between projects and capital. Let me also quote the Minister of Finance of Zambia. He said something that I started pondering about, and that may help to answer the question that you just asked. He says, I wonder why this forum wasn't here 40 years ago. And so as I said, and I wondered, everybody here is probably less than 40, maybe except African Development Bank and DBSA, right? There was no scale, there was no bank. It couldn't have held. But it's also a celebration of how far Africa has come, to how far African DFIs that are taking the destiny of Africa in their own hands, they're owning the space, and they're leading. We've heard about leadership role in Lobito. We've heard about leadership role in other transactions across the continent. It also brings me talking about age of 40 years old, about another transaction that Afrexim Bank took some leadership in, which is the Rufiji Dam in Tanzania. It was operationalized, the 9 turbines in that power project, in April this year. That project was first conceived in 1973. At that time, it would have been, there would be no African bank in the room, as it were. But it didn't get done. It also developed its own notoriety. But in 2018, this is probably the first transaction that I know of, maybe there are others, it's arguable, in history, that was implemented door to door by Africans. Of course, the promoter was the government of Tanzania. The EPC contractors, who probably wouldn't have had the scale themselves, were Africans. There would not have been any African EPC contractor in the room, but this was handled by 2 Egyptian EPC contractors, El Swedi and Arab contractors. Now, what about the financing? The government budgeted for that financing, so it requires leadership. It requires competent EPC contractors. It requires African financial institutions that have scale. But Afrexim Bank led, again, the importance of partnerships. The syndicate of banks that provided the contracting guarantees of over $700 million. And that was Afrexim Bank, Egyptian banks like the National Bank of Egypt, and Tanzania, on the Tanzania side, led by CRDB. That brings me to the challenges. The challenges of scale, right? And scale is not just about African FIs and the capital base that we have to deploy. It's also the issue of subscale of African markets, the fragmentation of African markets as challenges. And of course, it heightens the imperative of the African Continental Free Trade Area, as the way to go, for want of a better word. There are also challenges in the regional integration space around logistic constraints, and those logistic constraints add to transport and trade costs, making African goods uncompetitive from the get-go. There are issues about border inefficiencies. At border inefficiencies, as we know it in Afreximbank, add another 5 to 10% in cost of goods, in Africa. There is the issue of narrow supply side constraints, let me put it that. Narrow goods, and that's why this platform is so important in terms of industrialization. I can go on and on. We also talked earlier in the morning about multiple DFIs running silo operations and not talking to each other. We talked about harmonizing templates, harmonizing due diligence, harmonizing even procurement, harmonizing. We have a situation now where we have to use a different NDA, right? When certain banks are involved, because they won't use, there are all sorts of issues that shouldn't happen, and we have to harmonize all of those things that we require for projects. I'm standing between myself and going to the airport.
I have to say that Afreximbank is known to be rather faster. I mean, in terms of the time lag, you have been known to be responsive in a timely fashion.
Yes.
So how did you manage? Is that your procurement rules are different? Or is that the way you approach a project is different? Why were you able to be faster than the average DFI?
I guess...
If it is true at all?
It is true. We try. We try. We try. I would say, I don't know whether it is a performance management system that puts us on high octane, auto drive all the time. That's one. We believe in measurement, monitoring and measurement. But I was going to lie.
But all your colleagues could say they also have time management, they measure. I mean, it's not like they don't have it.
But to be fair, I would say that we also, some of our trade finance transactions are faster than some of our. I am on the table here with so many people in projects, and we know how long it takes.
Yes.
So if we take some of those longer term, I think we are aligned in this, because you have to do it well. Some of them are complex. Some of them have to start from project preparation. We brought Nyanza Light 2 years ago. It's an AIF curated transaction, 2023 and 2024, right? Well, we started with project preparation, syndicating the project preparation facility. So sometimes it's also bringing those projects to bankability. It's also the advocacy work you have to do with governments. I can imagine what you're going through on the Lobito corridor, dealing with governments. We try to work on a railway between two countries. You have to do a lot of work. And I actually mentioned earlier in the meeting about facilitation. Because this is a platform that convenes public and private sector. And you need to do a lot of work with advocacy. Governments have to help. Sometimes you're ready to disburse, but the approvals you're waiting for. So it's different things. It's very easy. It's not a linear situation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me first ask Ms. Mokwele. You are a group executive of DBSA. DBSA, of course, is using de-risking and innovative financing instrument and a collaboration with domestic and regional partner to scale private sector participation infrastructure project in sub-Saharan Africa. Tell us a little bit. I assume that a lot of people know about DBSA. Are you only South African, or you are more in all Southern Africa, or actually you are continental?
Thank you, Kaleido. I must say it's a real pleasure to be speaking on this panel alongside my fellow founding partners of the AIF. Yeah, it's a real honor. And just to answer your question quickly, we are called the Development Bank of Southern Africa. And I think we should change that name. I know at Masu, when he used to be with us, by the way, back in the days, deep down he tried, in a way. So we operate actually across the entire sub-Saharan region. So the name is not telling the entire story. So we operate across, and we've got many investments across the entire continent. But I wanted to start off by saying, before I get to your question, is to say this is such a great platform. I've already originated about 3 transactions, will you believe, before even the boardroom sessions start. So it's quite an amazing platform. We're speaking with Masu already, and I'm putting him on the spot so that there's follow through. We are going to work on a trade finance fund together with Somaila. We are already talking about the Lobito Rail Corridor project. We are in the first phase, and I want to do the second phase with him, come what may. It is quite a significant investment that's required in there. I'm sure there's space for us. And of course, with Africa 50, we are already in their fund, their first fund, the Acceleration of Infrastructure Fund, if I'm getting the name right, and there's another one that they're working on. So we are looking at partnering, and that's the whole magic around the AIF, as you know it. It's all about partnerships, it's all about collaboration. Now, to answer your question directly, the challenges, we know them, and I won't spend too much time on them. And I wanted to frame the challenges in order to get to the solutions. And the challenges, as you know, there's an infrastructure finance gap of about over $100 billion US on an annual basis. And we know 600 million people on the continent have no access to electricity. And as a segue to what I'm going to speak about, we've got our governments that have limited borrowing capacity and constraints in terms of issuing government guarantees. Now we need to come up with solutions to those problems, right? Problem statements in order to accelerate infrastructure development. And we are working on a mechanism on our side that will be featured in one of the boardroom sessions. We are working on the credit guarantee vehicle, which is much talked about, and this mechanism can be replicated across many other African countries. So we're working on that mechanism in South Africa. It is a vehicle that's going to be able to issue guarantee products and instruments, right, in lieu of the fiscal constraints that our government has back in South Africa, right? And the key ingredient behind this mechanism is that only about 30% of the capital that will be injected into this vehicle, which is about, the initial capital will be about $500 million US, and it will be scaled up over time. And only about 30% of that will be contributed by the South African government and ourselves as DBSA. Now the remaining 70% will be contributed by multilateral development banks, DFIs, and even the private sector that has already expressed interest in this mechanism. And I think that will help to resolve some of, these challenges that we have in terms of constraints of our governments to issue sovereign guarantees. It's an important aspect. So one of the boardroom sessions will speak to that. Now the second one is a blended finance facility that we have put together as DBSA, which is an embedded generation investment program that will help, or at least it has already started to unlock private PPAs, right? Distributed generation projects in South Africa. To date, we have capitalized this facility to the tune of $1 billion US, and we've partnered with the likes of KFW, the likes of EIB, the Green Climate Fund as well. And we have to date invested in about renewable energy projects with a capacity of 1,400 megawatts. And we are looking at scaling that up by an additional 4,000 megawatt in the next 2 to 3 years. So we are looking at scaling that up quite significantly. Now, I wanted to speak to these two solutions that we are working on, initiatives that we are working on, because it will help us in line with the theme of the AIF to attract and mobilize private sector capital, and as well as to lower the cost of capital as well.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, time is up. I would have loved to challenge you more on how you actually de-risking those projects. What I can see is that you have been actually working together, whether from Badia, with the AFC, TDB, Africa 50, as well DBSA, which intend to go beyond its natural region. And I really thank you very much for taking time to answer this question. We would have loved to hear from the audience. Unfortunately, we are running almost 13 minutes ahead. I would like you to give him an applaud for the second.
And also to have a big thank for the moderator. And have a round of applause for Mr. Cadio. Thank you so much. And we extend our sincere thanks to our distinguished ministers and high-level panelists, moderator and keynote speaker also for their rich and valuable contribution.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering our well-deserved coffee break. We would kindly request the heads of the founding partners to join the press conference scheduled. And all the other participants are warmly invited to enjoy the coffee break. We look forward to seeing you back in this room in 15 minutes sharp for 2 high-level fireside chats. Mesdames et messieurs, à présent, une pause café bien méritée de 15 minutes. On vous retrouve juste après dans cette salle. Le programme continue et est toujours de très très haut niveau. Profitez bien de cette pause café pour notamment networker avec les autres participants. Merci infiniment.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion, we are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The African Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF2025 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AIF2025 implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the Kingdom of Morocco is honored to welcome you for the Africa Investment Forum Marketplace 2025 edition in Rabat. This important gathering of investors, project sponsors, government leaders and development partners are very important milestone for 3 days where we'll be reshaping the future of our continent. Last year in the same city here in Rabat, we had boardrooms that were buzzing. We saw billions of dollars investment interest in so many different projects, from connectivity, energy access and agribusiness. And building on this momentum, this year we are honored to have a very strong team bridging the gap, mobilizing private capital to unlock Africa's potential. Once again, welcome to Morocco. Morocco is ready to host you here in Rabat, to have very constructive talks, to discuss business, to discuss investment and project, to build and reshape the future of our thriving continent.
Je viens d'arriver à l'aéroport de Fès et que je trouve fluide et agréable, comme à peu près mes créations qui ont su allier entre modernité et tradition.
Je suis Fatem Zara, je suis contrôleur aérien. Là, vous êtes à la tour de contrôle de Fès, de l'aéroport de Fès-Seis. On est 12 contrôleurs à la tour au total. Il y a 4 équipes et chaque équipe est formée de 2 à 3 personnes, de femmes et hommes. Notre prime objectif, c'est assurer la sûreté et la sécurité du trafic.
J'ai décidé de devenir créatrice de mode parce que j'ai cette passion et surtout que ce métier il est en étroite relation avec le secteur artisanal qui est important dans l'économie de Fès. Le caftan a été toujours un héritage culturel. On a essayé de proposer une ligne de vêtements qui mélange entre le traditionnel et le moderne.
D'accord, merci. Là, à l'instant, on parle avec l'approche. Ils sont là-bas à la salle radar. Ils nous donnent des estimés des avions qui arrivent. Et nous, on leur demande les mises en route si on a des avions au départ. Donc, on leur demande. Eux, ils demandent à Casablanca et ainsi de suite. Pour moi, c'était by accident, as we say in English. J'ai rencontré une amie dans une cité universitaire. Et elle, à chaque fois, il me disait, voilà, il y a des contrôleurs, donc avec ton profil, tu peux postuler. Moi, je disais, ça ne m'intéresse pas, ça ne me dit rien. Voilà. Et après quelques années, voilà, j'ai passé le concours, j'ai réussi le concours et voilà, je suis là.
C'est important d'avoir un aéroport si proche, c'est-à-dire à 5 minutes de chez moi. Je peux prendre un avion vers plusieurs destinations, vers Paris, vers Amsterdam, vers Bruxelles. Et d'où l'importance de s'ouvrir sur le monde extérieur et d'exporter nos produits ou notre ligne de vêtements à l'échelle internationale. Bonjour, salam alaikum, Zhor, labas. الحاج لاباس عليك ايوا كومون سا سباس grâce à l'aéroport de Fès, je peux faire des voyages à plusieurs destinations, ce qui me permet de rencontrer de nouvelles clientes, d'exporter nos modèles pour des fashion shows ou pour des défilés. Je me suis déplacée hier à Paris pour rencontrer une cliente, donc c'est une future mariée qui souhaite avoir un caftan traditionnel. Donc voilà, elle est travaillée avec Zwaq al-Muallim, fait à la main par nos artisans. Le moment le plus important pour moi, c'est quand je montre la tenue presque finie. C'est un moment d'émotion quand je vois les larmes aux yeux et toute la famille qui est en train de s'émerveiller devant ce chef-d'œuvre.
L'extension de l'aéroport a permis l'arrivée de plus de trafic et donc on aura plus de destinations qui vont visiter la ville de Fès. Il y a bien sûr une augmentation du taux de tourisme. Surtout la ville de Fès, c'est une ville touristique.
Donc ce soir, je repars à Paris parce que demain, j'ai un défilé de mode assisté. Comme vous savez, en tant que créatrice de mode, je dois voyager pour assister à des défilés de mode, pour ramener de nouvelles idées. Et bien sûr, je ne peux pas rater l'occasion.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage. AI is not just a buzzword. In Morocco, for instance, it is a catalyst for growth and success. AI offers a myriad of opportunities to streamline operations, optimize resources and unlock unprecedented insights, particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. We can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as data pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomie-pathologie en Afrique en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc ce kit peut être envoyé dans toute l'Afrique avec un code d'enregistrement sur notre plateforme. Là, on est en train d'analyser le frottis d'une femme pour dire est-ce qu'il est malin ou bénin. Et on augmente l'efficience en intégrant une analyse par intelligence artificielle. C'est une œuvre d'art. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de pat art. Ils prennent des images et ils les font en tableau. Ça existe.
But perhaps the most significant work of art is the impact of AI on African health startups. With AI, they can compete on a global scale, leveraging technology to overcome traditional barriers to entry and reach new markets.
My job is to make the data in a way that people can understand it and make out of it actionable items for the health of citizens.
As the digital revolution also sweeps across Africa, AI stands as a beacon of hope for healthcare startups, offering not just solutions, but opportunities for growth, innovation and prosperity. With investments of the Azure Fund by their side, the future of African healthcare becomes accessible for all.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion. We are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The Africa Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF2025 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the Kingdom of Morocco is honored to welcome you for the Africa Investment Forum Marketplace 2025 edition in Rabat. This important gathering of investors, project sponsors, government leaders and development partners are very important milestone for 3 days where we'll be reshaping the future of our continent. Last year in the same city here in Rabat, we had boardrooms that were buzzing. We saw billions of dollars investment interest in so many different projects, from connectivity, energy access, and agribusiness. And building on this momentum, this year we are honored to having a very strong team bridging the gap, mobilizing private capital to unlock Africa's potential. Once again, welcome to Morocco. Morocco is ready to host you here in Rabat, to have very constructive talks, to discuss business, to discuss investment and projects, to build and reshape the future of our thriving continent.
Cargo Golf Golf Mike is destined to clear to land runway just runway 340 degrees today.
Je viens d'arriver à l'aéroport de Fès et que je trouve fluide et agréable, comme à peu près mes créations qui ont su allier entre modernité et tradition.
Je suis Fatem Zara, je suis contrôleur aérien. Là, vous êtes à la tour de contrôle de Fès, de l'aéroport de Fès-Seis. On est 12 contrôleurs à la tour au total. Il y a 4 équipes et chaque équipe est formée de 2 à 3 personnes, de femmes et hommes. Notre prime objectif, c'est assurer la sûreté et la sécurité du trafic.
J'ai décidé de devenir créatrice de mode parce que j'ai cette passion et surtout que ce métier, il est en étroite relation avec le secteur artisanal qui est important dans l'économie de Fès. Le caftan a été toujours un héritage culturel. On a essayé de proposer une ligne de vêtements qui mélange entre le traditionnel et le moderne.
D'accord, merci. Là, à l'instant, on parle avec l'approche. Ils sont là-bas à la salle radar. Ils nous donnent des estimés des avions qui arrivent. Et nous, on leur demande les mises en route si on a des avions au départ. Donc, on leur demande. Eux, ils demandent à Casablanca et ainsi de suite. Pour moi, c'était by accident, as we say in English. J'ai rencontré une amie dans une cité universitaire. Et elle, à chaque fois, il me disait, voilà, il y a des contrôleurs, donc avec ton profil, tu peux postuler, Moi, je disais, ça ne m'intéresse pas, ça ne me dit rien. Voilà. Et après quelques années, voilà, j'ai passé le concours, j'ai réussi le concours et voilà, je suis là.
C'est important d'avoir un aéroport si proche, c'est-à-dire à 5 minutes de chez moi. Je peux prendre un avion vers plusieurs destinations, vers Paris, vers Amsterdam, vers Bruxelles. Et d'où l'importance de s'ouvrir sur le monde extérieur et d'exporter nos produits ou notre ligne de vêtements à l'échelle internationale. Bonjour, salam alaikum, Zhor, labas. Comment ça se passe? Que grâce à l'aéroport de Fès, je peux faire des voyages à plusieurs destinations, ce qui me permet de rencontrer de nouvelles clientes, d'exporter nos modèles pour des fashion shows ou pour des défilés. Je me suis déplacée hier à Paris pour rencontrer une cliente, donc c'est une future mariée qui souhaite avoir un caftan traditionnel. Donc voilà, elle est travaillée avec Zouak al-Mallem, fait à la main par nos artisans. Le moment le plus important pour moi, c'est quand je montre la tenue presque finie. C'est un moment d'émotion quand je vois les larmes aux yeux et toute la famille qui est en train de s'émerveiller devant ce chef-d'œuvre.
l'extension de l'aéroport a permis l'arrivée de plus de trafic et donc on aura plus de destinations qui vont visiter la ville de Fès. Et bien sûr une augmentation des taux de tourisme. Surtout la ville de Fès, c'est une ville touristique.
Donc ce soir, je repars à Paris parce que demain, j'ai un défilé de mode assisté. Comme vous savez, en tant que créatrice de mode, je dois voyager pour assister à des défilés de mode, pour ramener de nouvelles idées. Et bien sûr, je ne peux pas rater l'occasion.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage. AI is not just a buzzword. In Morocco, for instance, it is a catalyst for growth and success. AI offers a myriad of opportunities to streamline operations, optimize resources and unlock unprecedented insights, particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. We can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as data pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomie pathologie en Afrique en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc ce kit peut être envoyé dans toute l'Afrique avec un code d'enregistrement sur notre plateforme. Là, on est en train d'analyser le frottis d'une femme pour dire est-ce qu'il est malin ou bénin. Et on augmente l'efficience en intégrant une analyse par intelligence artificielle. C'est une œuvre d'art. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de path art. Ils prennent des images et ils les font en tableau. Ça existe.
But perhaps the most significant work of art is the impact of AI on African health startups. With AI, they can compete on a global scale, leveraging technology to overcome traditional barriers to entry and reach new markets.
My job is to make the data in a way that people can understand it and make out of it actionable items for the health of citizens.
As the digital revolution also sweeps across Africa, AI stands as a beacon of hope for healthcare startups, offering not just solutions, but opportunities for growth, innovation and prosperity. With investments of the Azur Fund by their side, the future of African healthcare becomes accessible for all.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion, we are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The African Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF 2.0 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the Kingdom of Morocco is honored to welcome you for the Africa Investment Forum Marketplace 2025 edition in Rabat. This important gathering of investors, project sponsors, government leaders and development partners are very important milestone for 3 days where we'll be reshaping the future of our continent. Last year in the same city here in Rabat, we had boardrooms that were buzzing. We saw billions of dollars investment interest in so many different projects, from connectivity, energy access and agribusiness. And building on this momentum, this year we are honored to have a very strong team bridging the gap, mobilizing private capital to unlock Africa's potential. Once again, welcome to Morocco. Morocco is ready to host you here in Rabat, to have very constructive talks, to discuss business, to discuss investment and projects, to build and reshape the future of our thriving continent.
Golf Mike is destination, clear to land runway, just runway 340 degrees today.
Mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi juste de venir à nouveau vers vous. Nous allons dans quelques instants vivre notre premier Fireside Chat. Nous allons vous prier de bien vouloir vous avancer car la salle a diminué en présence.
Fireside chat in a few minutes. Please come closer to the front of the room, and we should start very quickly our fireside chat, and we are kindly late.
We are a little bit delayed, so feel free to come at the front to be closer and start in a few minutes. Thank you again. Merci. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this plenary room. Merci de nous retrouver. Nous allons maintenant démarrer notre session. Nous vous prions encore une fois de bien vouloir vous rapprocher pour pouvoir suivre de près ces échanges et nous offrir encore plus
come
de
closer to follow this discussion and for a bit more human warmth during this fireside chat.
Export Credit Agency Drive and Trade and Investments. Our moderator brings a global perspective on the risking, the very investments we are here to discuss. He's a senior leader with decades of experience at NextC, specializing in export credit and political risk insurance for major infrastructure and energy projects. His distinguished career includes shaping international policy as a key OECD negotiator and advising the Japanese cabinet on strategic infrastructure and initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a true honor and pleasure to receive the President of Bern Union, Mr. Yuichiro Akita, with a round of applause. Mr. Akita, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, welcome, and thank you for joining us for this important conversation on how export credit agencies can accelerate trade, investment, and sustainable development across Africa. This discussion comes at a pivotal moment at the recent 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. The Seville Commitment formally recognized ECAs as essential actors in mobilizing private capital for development, elevating institutions that have long played a critical but often overlooked role in the global financial ecosystem. The document also calls for deeper cooperation between ECAs, multilateral development banks, and other financial institutions to scale the investments to achieve SDGs. This aligns closely with the Bering Union's strategic priorities, which strongly support collaboration between members and external players, including MDBs and DFIs. This session will explore how ECAs and their partners are contributing to Africa's growth agenda and how their impact can be expanded even further in light of the FFD4 core. I'm honored to be joined by 2 ECA leaders who embody this ambition. First, we are honored to have Mr. Tim Reed, CEO of UK Export Finance. UKEF is one of the world's oldest ECAs, and under his leadership, it is rapidly evolving into one of the most impactful ECAs globally. We are also deeply honored to welcome His Excellency Saad Abdulaziz Al-Karb, CEO of the Saudi Exim Bank. Oh no. Well, let me also introduce the Saudi Exim. Although the bank was established only 5 years ago, it has achieved remarkable growth under His Excellency's leadership, strengthening partnership with ECAs and multilaterals worldwide and emerging as one of the most dynamic ECAs. Today, we are privileged to have the leaders of the most closely watched and influential ECAs in the world, and would like to ask how ECAs can serve as powerful catalysts, unlocking financing for large-scale, high-impact projects across the continent. So the first questions to Tim. The UKEF has made Africa a strategic priority in recent years. Mr. Reid, may I ask your thoughts on which instruments or policy approaches have proven most effective in enabling projects on this continent?
Great, thank you. And let me first say that it's a real pleasure to be here. It's actually my third trip to Morocco this year, and I think that reflects the potential that we see in this market. But of course, this conference is about wider opportunities across the whole continent. And let me also say it's a pleasure to be here with some old friends. I think on both sides, people that I've known for many, many years. We go way back beyond the time that either of us worked for export credit agencies. So it's a real privilege to be here. I think what I want to say is that for UK export finance, Africa is a strategic priority. So that's the most important message. We have, my exposure that we're managing is about £60 billion. 10 billion of that is in Africa. We average about £1 billion of new exposure every year, and we have significant appetite to do more. We do that because I think one of the most important tools that we have is a network on the ground in Africa. So people on the ground speaking to the governments, understanding what's happening locally so that we can then play that into what we see in the UK from an exporter perspective. We've got a very sophisticated pipeline which runs across about 12 markets right now in Africa, and I think that's really, truly exciting because that enables us to demonstrate the impact that we can deliver by crowding in UK expertise, but impact on the ground in Africa. And we've already done projects in a wide range of countries, so to name a few: Angola, Benin, Togo, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Rwanda, Kenya. And that's not an exhaustive list, but we've got lots of experience of doing things in this part of the world, and we think there's more to do. So I think what I want to say is, a lot of what we've done so far has been on the sovereign side, but as we look to grow our business and we look to support borrowers in Africa, I think it's important that we evolve from doing just that to doing also corporate and project financings on the continent, because I think that's where we can deliver even more impact.
Right. So as Africa's project pipelines grows in scale and complexity, collaboration between ECAs and development finance institutions is becoming increasingly important. How do you see UKEF strengthening its partnership with African development financial institutions and regional ECAs to co-finance larger, more complex transactions?
So I think it's a great question, and I think when I put out my objective in terms of delivering impact across the continent of Africa, I think we need to be very clear. We can't do this by ourselves. We need to work collectively across the financing ecosystem to deliver as much benefit as we possibly can. And I think partnering with DFIs is really important. Clearly, their guiding objective is different from the guiding objective of an export credit agency. But that does not mean that we cannot work together, and we've got lots of examples where we have done that. And I think we're very proud of how we collaborate with other export credit agencies as well. We are happy to work with pretty much any export credit agency because we think that's the best way to deliver projects on the continent. But I think it also reflects the global supply chains with which we're operating. We need to acknowledge that. So I think, working closely with government ministries, with regulators, with the whole financial ecosystem is really important. And I think the message that I want to leave is we need to think about this through the eyes of the countries on the ground and what their needs are, not from the perspective of our specific objectives. It's about impact on the ground. How can we deliver as much impact as possible? So we've got a great partnership with the African Development Bank, and we'll be hosting them in London with institutional investors, with other DFIs, talking about how we can mobilize capital at scale. That's in December. Now, there are sometimes barriers for us to working together, but these should be opportunities that we can kind of knock out of the way and just figure out how to move forward. Sometimes we say we've got different environmental and social standards, but from our perspective, we're operating to international standards. It's not ECA standards, it's international standards. So I think we should be doing the same things and doing them collaboratively for the benefit of the borrowers on the ground here on the continent.
Right. Thank you very much. Now, Your Excellency, Saudi Exim growing engagement across Africa aligns closely with the Kingdom's Vision 2030 agenda. Which sectors or project types are becoming priorities, and what criteria guide your strategic focus on country and project selection?
Thank you very much. Oops, I'm testing the mic. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm not like Tim, this is my second trip to Morocco this year, and most of my business trip this year was to the African countries. We believe it's very important. It's a growing market, and then from the ministerial panel this morning, where they demonstrate growth, policy, and governance that create opportunities to develop the market. One of the minister mentioned that over 600,000 people, they don't have continuous electricity and power. So the sector of power is very important, infrastructure, and of course, continuous trade. Saudi Exim is quite young compared to the UK AIF, and we learned from them a lot. And we have an agreement and reinsurance agreement and even a training agreement with the UKAF. We are only 5 years old. Since inception, we did around over $25 billion, out of which 20% was to the African market. Mostly on trade, but we expect this to grow more into agri and agri-processing centers and agriculture, fertilizers, infrastructures, power, transmission is very important. That's why we start creating our network into Africa.
Right.
By putting people on the ground in Africa. We opened Johannesburg 2 years back, office. 3 months ago, we opened Morocco office in Casablanca. And we have Mr. Yazid Al-Ghosn, he's representing us here in Morocco. And we are in the final steps to open Cairo office. And this is the first 3 offices for Saudi Exim banks outside Saudi Arabia. And it's actually in the African continent to show and demonstrate that how important is the continent and how important to support African through directly and indirectly. In addition, we signed over 21 MOUs with African institutions and some of them multilateral, like AFDB, African Finance Corporation, African Exim Bank, to support the growth and de-risk and do co-financing and co-insurance transaction to grow into the African market. And last not least, I think we did sign with the SMBC and about to finish the final touches with $400 million credit line for African Exim Bank to support the trade and the growth between Saudi Arabia and African countries.
Wow, great, impressive. So maybe a little bit elaborate on that point a little bit more, because you talked about those co-financing credit lines, and what type of the schemes or products would be very much effective to do business in this continent for Saudi Exim point of view?
I think it was mentioned multiple times during the first 2 sessions, and Tim did mention this. Cooperation, co-financing, co-insurance is very important. Creating a structure where multiple entities, whether in ECAs and commercial bank, to de-risk But the most important thing is the regulations in the countries. So if a country has the right regulation to protect investment and trade, definitely money will flow and grow. We are, as development financial institutions, similar to the UKAF and multiple development financial institutions, we only bridge the gap and work as a catalyst. Actually the biggest chunk of the work is with the commercial bank, but we come to de-risk the operation with them and support them to do that. So it's a cooperation and co-financing. And I think the second one is creating fund to invest in Africa. We are working with AFDB and multiple other ECAs to study the idea of creating a fund to have sustainable investment in the African market.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next question is for both of you. First, I'd like to ask Mr. Reid. How can African governments and private sector actors better position themselves to attract the scale of investment which specifically access to ECA financing?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, and I think that the first thing I want to say is it's incumbent upon us as ECAs to be out there on the ground, and congratulations on opening your first offices here in Africa, because for us that's been transformational in terms of understanding what's on offer. But it's up to us to explain to governments, corporates, borrowers of all sorts, the benefits of export credit agency financing, because there are real advantages to it. There are and you can see that from the volume of financing that's been completed. But even when you look at what we've done, and we've both done big numbers, but it's scratching the surface of what this continent needs. So I think it's important for us to explain what it takes to get an export credit agency transaction done. Sometimes we hear it's complicated. Well, all of it is manageable, and I think there is a process and there is a journey that we can take people on. So what I'd say is to anybody in the audience who's interested, we'd love to spend a bit of time and just outline to you why we think this type of financing can work for you. But we'll also say, let's be honest, we're here to fill a market gap. If the deal gets done in another way and the impact happens anyway, that's okay. That's okay. We're here to fill a gap. But we're here to fill a gap by crowding in UK expertise, which I think can help deliver on these important opportunities.
Thank you very much. The same question too.
It was mentioned by one of the ministers this morning that governments continue to borrow and build things themselves. They build themselves into too much debt. They cannot operate. By the PPP model, private partnership model, I believe it will create efficiency, because private sectors will scrutinize the project and ensure that it has a commercial viability. Regulation is one important thing, and it was mentioned since morning that there is regulation. I just came from Marrakesh 2 days back. There was an international mining conference, and the African countries signed on the Marrakesh Declaration on ESG, and that improved the governance. And I was very happy to witness that, and that to improve, because in any investment you need to protect people around it, and the investor themselves. They know if the investment has security and will not be taken away or being pushed down, they will continue. Private money will come. Right. And private money comes with efficiency and productivity. So we believe regulations, partner with the private sectors, ECA can do a lot in Africa in coming years.
All right.
I think that message of partnership is really important. So, this This is not about either one of us driving forward with just our own mission. It's partnership. How do we deliver what's best for a particular country to deliver on their sustainable infrastructure goals? That's what we're about.
Exactly. So we, from your both the message, I took the partnership and collaboration is the really key to work together in the ECAs and the MDBs and others as a partner to bring the SDGs goal be achievable for in the future. So thank you very much. And then I think through this discussion, it has become clear that scaling up ECA finance in Africa requires close collaboration with regional development finance institutions and ECAs that possess deep local intelligence, as Tim also mentioned, and the local office also very important. But that the AFDB and the other partners, that they have a strong experience and knowledge intelligence. That is a really key for ECAs to collaborate with. And they also have a sound risk judgment based on their experience and the strong government relationship. Those are really something we can work together if there are something going wrong.
Yeah, that's good.
So yesterday we had a AIF pre-event. Actually, ECA in Sholo Day further deepened mutual understanding between ECAs and MDBs, particularly in this case, AFDB. Building on this momentum, the Bearing Union will convene practitioners from MDBs, ECAs, and private insurers, others, next March for a dedicated conference on blended financing. And also, I learned the December UK government, AFDB, also had the big event in London. So we would like to keep this momentum as it is for the coming the important many projects. By the way, I also like to mention about taking this opportunity. I'm pleased to share with all of you that AFDB became the first MDB of the Bearing Union members. Just last week, we announced and we welcome AFDB in our community, and I'm very much thrilled to work together. So today's dialogue reaffirmed need for both AIF and the Bearing Union to advance our joint efforts to mobilize greater private capital mobilization for Africa's sustainable development. Please join me in offering a warm round of applause to Mr. Reid and His Excellency Al-Kaud.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Remercie chaleureusement nos panélistes pour leurs interventions dont les perspectives nous ont
We thank our panelists for their interventions, for their very inspiring words. Group photo at the front.
C'est le moment pour vous d'immortaliser la composition de ce panel. Fireside.
It's now time for the photographers to immortalize this panel. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons faire une légère modification du programme au vu de l'heure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll change our program.
À présent de la pause déjeuner,
We are
d'ailleurs dans la marketplace.
Inviting you to the lunch that will take place in the marketplace, sponsored by R&B, and we'll meet right after, in about an hour, to attend the second fireside chat that we were supposed to have now.
dans une heure à peu près dans cette salle pour poursuivre
use
le
the
programme.
lunch to
Merci
network,
beaucoup.
and
Thank you
we'll
very
meet in
much.
an hour and continue our program. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a light modification in the program. We are now about to head to the networking lunch in the marketplace. Then we will come back in this room for the second fireside chat. So enjoy your lunch and see you in 1 hour in this room. Thank you very much.
It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion. We are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The African Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF 2.0 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, Intra-African Trade and AIF2025 implementation. Pillar 2, Industrialization and Export Development. Pillar 3, Leadership in Global Trade Banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, Financial Sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the Kingdom of Morocco is honored to welcome you for the Africa Investment Forum Marketplace 2025 edition in Rabat. This important gathering of investors, project sponsors, government leaders and development partners are very important milestone for 3 days where we'll be reshaping the future of our continent. Last year, in the same city here in Rabat, we had boardrooms that were buzzing. We saw billions of dollars investment interest in so many different projects, from connectivity, energy access, and agribusiness. And building on this momentum, this year we are honored to have a very strong team bridging the gap, mobilizing private capital to unlock Africa's potential. Once again, welcome to Morocco. Morocco is ready to host you here in Rabat to have very constructive talks, to discuss business, to discuss investment and projects to build and reshape the future of our thriving continent.
Golf Mike Investment, clear to land runway, just landing 340 degrees today.
Je viens d'arriver à l'aéroport de Fès et que je trouve fluide et agréable, comme à peu près mes créations qui ont su allier entre modernité et tradition.
Je suis Fatem Zara, je suis contrôleur aérien. Là, vous êtes à la tour de contrôle de Fès, de l'aéroport de Fès-Seis. On est 12 contrôleurs à la tour au total. Il y a 4 équipes et chaque équipe est formée de 2 à 3 personnes, de femmes et hommes. Notre prime objectif, c'est assurer la sûreté et la sécurité du trafic.
J'ai décidé de devenir créatrice de mode parce que j'ai cette passion et surtout que ce métier il est en étroite relation avec le secteur artisanal qui est important dans l'économie de Fès. Le caftan a été toujours un héritage culturel. On a essayé de proposer une ligne de vêtements qui mélange entre le traditionnel et le moderne.
D'accord, merci. Là, à l'instant, on parle avec l'approche. Ils sont là-bas à la salle radar. Ils nous donnent des estimés des avions qui arrivent. Et nous, on leur demande les mises en route si on a des avions au départ. Donc, on leur demande. Eux, ils demandent à Casablanca et ainsi de suite. Pour moi, c'était by accident, as we say in English. J'ai rencontré une amie dans une cité universitaire. Et elle, à chaque fois, il me disait, voilà, il y a des contrôleurs, donc avec ton profil, tu peux postuler. Moi, je disais, ça ne m'intéresse pas, ça ne me dit rien. Voilà. Et après quelques années, voilà, j'ai passé le concours, j'ai réussi le concours et voilà, je suis là.
C'est important d'avoir un aéroport si proche, c'est-à-dire à 5 minutes de chez moi. Je peux prendre un avion vers plusieurs destinations, vers Paris, vers Amsterdam, vers Bruxelles. Et d'où l'importance de s'ouvrir sur le monde extérieur et d'exporter nos produits ou notre ligne de vêtements à l'échelle internationale. Bonjour, salam alaikum, Zhor, labas. Comment ça se passe? Que grâce à l'aéroport de Fès, je peux faire des voyages à plusieurs destinations, ce qui me permet de rencontrer de nouvelles clientes, d'exporter nos modèles pour des fashion shows ou pour des défilés. Je me suis déplacée hier à Paris pour rencontrer une cliente, donc c'est une future mariée qui souhaite avoir un caftan traditionnel. Donc voilà, elle est travaillée avec Zwaq al-Mallem, fait à la main par nos artisans. Le moment le plus important pour moi, c'est quand je montre la tenue presque finie. C'est un moment d'émotion quand je vois les larmes aux yeux et toute la famille qui est en train de s'émerveiller devant ce chef-d'œuvre.
L'extension de l'aéroport a permis l'arrivée de plus de trafic et donc on aura plus de destinations qui vont visiter la ville de Fès. Et il y a bien sûr une augmentation des taux de tourisme. Surtout la ville de Fès, c'est une ville touristique.
Donc ce soir, je repars à Paris parce que demain, j'ai un défilé de mode assisté. Comme vous savez, en tant que créatrice de mode, je dois voyager pour assister à des défilés de mode, pour ramener de nouvelles idées. Et bien sûr, je ne peux pas rater l'occasion.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage. AI is not just a buzzword. In Morocco, for instance, it is a catalyst for growth and success. AI offers a myriad of opportunities to streamline operations, optimize resources, and unlock unprecedented insights, particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. We can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as data pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomie pathologie en Afrique en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc ce kit peut être envoyé dans toute l'Afrique avec un code d'enregistrement sur notre plateforme. Là, on est en train d'analyser le frottis d'une femme pour dire est-ce qu'il est malin ou bénin. Et on augmente l'efficience en intégrant une analyse par intelligence artificielle. C'est une œuvre d'art. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de pat art. Ils prennent des images et les font en tableau. Ça existe.
But perhaps the most significant work of art is the impact of AI on African health startups. With AI, they can compete on a global scale, leveraging technology to overcome traditional barriers to entry and reach new markets.
My job is to make the data in a way that people can understand it and make out of it actionable items for the health of citizens.
As the digital revolution also sweeps across Africa, AI stands as a beacon of hope for healthcare startups, offering not just solutions, but opportunities for growth, innovation, and prosperity. With investments of the Azur Fund by their side, the future of African healthcare becomes accessible for all.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion, we are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The African Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF 2.0 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, Intra-African Trade and AIF2025 implementation. Pillar 2, Industrialization and Export Development. Pillar 3, Leadership in Global Trade Banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, Financial Sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the Kingdom of Morocco is honored to welcome you for the Africa Investment Forum Marketplace 2025 edition in Rabat. This important gathering of investors, project sponsors, government leaders and development partners are very important milestone for 3 days where we'll be reshaping the future of our continent. Last year, in the same city here in Rabat, we had boardrooms that were buzzing. We saw billions of dollars investment interest in so many different projects, from connectivity, energy access, and agribusiness. And building on this momentum, this year we are honored to have a very strong team bridging the gap, mobilizing private capital to unlock Africa's potential. Once again, welcome to Morocco. Morocco is ready to host you here in Rabat to have very constructive talks, to discuss business, to discuss investment and project, to build and reshape the future of our thriving continent.
Golf Mike investment clear to land runway just landing 340 degrees today.
Je viens d'arriver à l'aéroport de Fès et que je trouve fluide et agréable, comme à peu près mes créations qui ont su allier entre modernité et tradition.
Je suis suis Fatem Zara, je suis contrôleur aérien. Là, vous êtes à la tour de contrôle de Fès, de l'aéroport de Fès-Seis. On est 12 contrôleurs à la tour au total. Il y a 4 équipes et chaque équipe est formée de 2 à 3 personnes, de femmes et hommes. Notre prime objectif, c'est assurer la sûreté et la sécurité du trafic.
J'ai décidé de devenir créatrice de mode parce que j'ai cette passion et surtout que ce métier il est en étroite relation avec le secteur artisanal qui est important dans l'économie de Fès. Le caftan a été toujours un héritage culturel. On a essayé de proposer une ligne de vêtements qui mélange entre le traditionnel et le moderne.
D'accord, merci. Là, à l'instant, on parle avec l'approche. Ils sont là-bas à la salle radar. Ils nous donnent des estimés des avions qui arrivent. Et nous, on leur demande les mises en route si on a des avions au départ. Donc, on leur demande. Eux, ils demandent à Casablanca et ainsi de suite. Pour moi, c'était by accident, as we say in English. J'ai rencontré une amie dans une cité universitaire. Et elle, à chaque fois, il me disait, voilà, il y a des contrôleurs, donc avec ton profil, tu peux postuler, Moi, je disais, ça ne m'intéresse pas, ça ne me dit rien. Voilà. Et après quelques années, voilà, j'ai passé le concours, j'ai réussi le concours et voilà, je suis là.
C'est important d'avoir un aéroport si proche, c'est-à-dire à 5 minutes de chez moi. Je peux prendre un avion vers plusieurs destinations, vers Paris, vers Amsterdam, vers Bruxelles. Et d'où l'importance de s'ouvrir sur le monde extérieur et d'exporter nos produits ou notre ligne de vêtements à l'échelle internationale. Bonjour, salam alaikum, Zhor, labas. Comment ça se passe? Que grâce à l'aéroport de Fès, je peux faire des voyages à plusieurs destinations, ce qui me permet de rencontrer de nouvelles clientes, d'exporter nos modèles pour des fashion shows ou pour des défilés. Je me suis déplacée hier à Paris pour rencontrer une cliente, donc c'est une future mariée qui souhaite avoir un caftan traditionnel. Donc voilà, elle est travaillée avec Zwaq al-Mallem, fait à la main par nos artisans. Le moment le plus important pour moi, c'est quand je montre la tenue presque finie. C'est un moment d'émotion quand je vois les larmes aux yeux et toute la famille qui est en train de s'émerveiller devant ce chef-d'œuvre.
L'extension de l'aéroport a permis l'arrivée de plus de trafic et donc on aura plus de destinations qui vont visiter la ville de Fès. Et il y a bien sûr une augmentation des taux de tourisme. Surtout la ville de Fès, c'est une ville touristique.
Donc ce soir, je repars à Paris parce que demain, j'ai un défilé de mode assisté. Comme vous savez, en tant que créatrice de mode, je dois voyager pour assister à des défilés de mode, pour ramener de nouvelles idées. Et bien sûr, je ne peux pas rater l'occasion.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage. AI is not just a buzzword. In Morocco, for instance, it is a catalyst for growth and success. AI offers a myriad of opportunities to streamline operations, optimize resources and unlock unprecedented insights, particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. We can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as data pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomopathologie en Afrique en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc ce kit peut être envoyé dans toute l'Afrique avec un code d'enregistrement sur notre plateforme. Là, on est en train d'analyser le frottis d'une femme pour dire est-ce qu'il est malin ou bénin. Et on augmente l'efficience en intégrant une analyse par intelligence artificielle. C'est une œuvre d'art. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de pat art. Ils prennent des images et ils les font en tableau. Ça existe.
But perhaps the most significant work of art is the impact of AI on African health startups. With AI, they can compete on a global scale, leveraging technology to overcome traditional barriers to entry and reach new markets.
My job is to make the data in a way that people can understand it and make out of it actionable items for the health of citizens.
As the digital revolution also sweeps across Africa, AI stands as a beacon of hope for healthcare startups, offering not just solutions, but opportunities for growth, innovation and prosperity. With investments of the Azure Fund by their side, the future of African healthcare becomes accessible for all.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion. We are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The African Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF 2.0 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, Intra-African Trade and AIF2025 implementation. Pillar 2, Industrialization and Export Development. Pillar 3, Leadership in Global Trade Banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, Financial Sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the Kingdom of Morocco is honored to welcome you for the Africa Investment Forum Marketplace 2025 edition in Rabat. This important gathering of investors, project sponsors, government leaders and development partners are very important milestone for 3 days where we'll be reshaping the future of our continent. Last year, in the same city here in Rabat, we had boardrooms that were buzzing. We saw billions of dollars investment interest in so many different projects, from connectivity, energy access, and agribusiness. And building on this momentum, this year we are honored to have a very strong team bridging the gap, mobilizing private capital to unlock Africa's potential. Once again, welcome to Morocco. Morocco is ready to host you here in Rabat, to have very constructive talks, to discuss business, to discuss investment and projects, to build and reshape the future of our thriving continent.
Cargo Golf Mike is destined clear to now runway, just runway 340 degrees today.
Je viens d'arriver à l'aéroport de Fès et que je trouve fluide et agréable, comme à peu près mes créations qui ont su allier entre modernité et tradition.
Je suis Fatem Zara, je suis contrôleur aérien. Là, vous êtes à la tour de contrôle de Fès, de l'aéroport de Fès-Seis. On est 12 contrôleurs à la tour au total. Il y a 4 équipes et chaque équipe est formée de 2 à 3 personnes, de femmes et hommes. Notre prime objectif, c'est assurer la sûreté et la sécurité du trafic.
J'ai décidé de devenir créatrice de mode parce que j'ai cette passion et surtout que ce métier il est en étroite relation avec le secteur artisanal qui est important dans l'économie de Fès. Le caftan a été toujours un héritage culturel. On a essayé de proposer une ligne de vêtements qui mélange entre le traditionnel et le moderne.
D'accord, merci. Là, à l'instant, on parle avec l'approche. Ils sont là-bas à la salle radar. Ils nous donnent des estimés des avions qui arrivent. Et nous, on leur demande les mises en route si on a des avions au départ. Donc, on leur demande. Eux, ils demandent à Casablanca et ainsi de suite. Pour moi, c'était by accident, as we say in English. J'ai rencontré une amie dans une cité universitaire. Et elle, à chaque fois, il me disait, voilà, il y a des contrôleurs, donc avec ton profil, tu peux postuler. Moi, je disais, ça ne m'intéresse pas, ça ne me dit rien. Voilà. Et après quelques années, voilà, j'ai passé le concours, j'ai réussi le concours et voilà, je suis là.
C'est important d'avoir un aéroport si proche, c'est-à-dire à 5 minutes de chez moi. Je peux prendre un avion vers plusieurs destinations, vers Paris, vers Amsterdam, vers Bruxelles. Et d'où l'importance de s'ouvrir sur le monde extérieur et d'exporter nos produits ou notre ligne de vêtements à l'échelle internationale. Bonjour, salam alaikum, Zhor, labas. Comment ça se passe? Que grâce à l'aéroport de Fès, je peux faire des voyages à plusieurs destinations, ce qui me permet de rencontrer de nouvelles clientes, d'exporter nos modèles pour des fashion shows ou pour des défilés. Je me suis déplacée hier à Paris pour rencontrer une cliente, donc c'est une future mariée qui souhaite avoir un caftan traditionnel. Donc voilà, elle est travaillée avec Zwaq al-Mallem, fait à la main par nos artisans. Le moment le plus important pour moi, c'est quand je montre la tenue presque finie. C'est un moment d'émotion quand je vois les larmes aux yeux et toute la famille qui est en train de s'émerveiller devant ce chef-d'œuvre.
L'extension de l'aéroport a permis l'arrivée de plus de trafic et donc on aura plus de destinations qui vont visiter la ville de Fès. Et bien sûr une augmentation du taux de tourisme. Surtout la ville de Fès, c'est une ville touristique.
Donc ce soir, je repars à Paris parce que demain, j'ai un défilé de mode assisté. Comme vous savez, en tant que créatrice de mode, je dois voyager pour assister à des défilés de mode, pour ramener de nouvelles idées. Et bien sûr, je ne peux pas rater l'occasion.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage.
connectivity, energy access.
particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. We can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as data pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomopathologie en Afrique en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc ce kit peut être envoyé dans toute l'Afrique avec un code d'enregistrement sur notre plateforme. Là, on est en train d'analyser le frottis d'une femme pour dire est-ce qu'il est malin ou bénin. Et on augmente l'efficience en intégrant une analyse par intelligence artificielle. C'est une œuvre d'art. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de part art. Ils prennent des images et les font en tableau. Ça existe.
But perhaps the most significant work of art is the impact of AI on African health startups. With AI, they can compete on a global scale, leveraging technology to overcome traditional barriers to entry and reach new markets.
My job is to make the data in a way that people can understand it and make out of it actionable items for the health of citizens.
As the digital revolution also sweeps across Africa, AI stands as a beacon of hope for healthcare startups, offering not just solutions, but opportunities for growth, innovation and prosperity. With investments of the Azure Fund by their side, the future of African healthcare becomes accessible for all.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion, we are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The African Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF 2.0 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AIF2025 implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the Kingdom of Morocco is honored to welcome you for the Africa Investment Forum Marketplace 2025 edition in Rabat. This important gathering of investors, project sponsors, government leaders and development partners are very important milestone for 3 days where we'll be reshaping the future of our continent. Last year, in the same city here in Rabat, we had boardrooms that were buzzing. We saw billions of dollars investment interest in so many different projects, from connectivity, energy access, and agribusiness. And building on this momentum, this year we are honored to have a very strong team bridging the gap, mobilizing private capital to unlock Africa's potential. Once again, welcome to Morocco. Morocco is ready to host you here in Rabat, to have very constructive talks, to discuss business, to discuss investment and projects, to build and reshape the future of our thriving continent.
Golf Mike is destined for clear to land runway, just runway 340 degrees today.
Je viens d'arriver à l'aéroport de Fès et que je trouve fluide et agréable, comme à peu près mes créations qui ont su allier entre modernité et tradition.
Je suis Fatem Zara, je suis contrôleur aérien. Là, vous êtes à la tour de contrôle de Fès, de l'aéroport de Fès-Saïs. On est 12 contrôleurs à la tour au total. Il y a 4 équipes et chaque équipe elle est formée de 2 à 3 personnes, de femmes et hommes. Notre prime objectif, c'est assurer la sûreté et la sécurité du trafic.
J'ai décidé de devenir créatrice de mode parce que j'ai cette passion et surtout que ce métier il est en étroite relation avec le secteur artisanal qui est important dans l'économie de Fès. Le caftan a été toujours un héritage culturel. On a essayé de proposer une ligne de vêtements qui mélange entre le traditionnel et le moderne.
Là, à l'instant, on parle avec l'approche. Ils sont là-bas à la salle radar. Ils nous donnent des estimés des avions qui arrivent. Et nous, on leur demande les mises en route si on a des avions au départ. Donc, on leur demande. Eux, ils demandent à Casablanca et ainsi de suite. Pour moi, c'était by accident, as we say in English. J'ai rencontré une amie dans une cité universitaire. Et elle, à chaque fois, il me disait, voilà, il y a des contrôleurs, donc avec ton profil, tu peux postuler. Moi, je disais, ça ne m'intéresse pas, ça ne me dit rien. Voilà. Et après quelques années, voilà, j'ai passé le concours, j'ai réussi le concours et voilà, je suis là.
C'est important d'avoir un aéroport si proche, c'est-à-dire à 5 minutes de chez moi, je peux prendre un avion vers plusieurs destinations, vers Paris, vers Amsterdam, vers Bruxelles. Et d'où l'importance de s'ouvrir sur le monde extérieur et d'exporter nos produits ou notre ligne de vêtements à l'échelle internationale. Bonjour, salam alaikum, Zhor, labas. Comment ça se passe? Grâce à l'aéroport de Fès, je peux faire des voyages à plusieurs destinations, ce qui me permet de rencontrer de nouvelles clientes, d'exporter nos modèles pour des fashion shows ou pour des défilés. Je me suis déplacée hier à Paris pour rencontrer une cliente, donc c'est une future mariée qui souhaite avoir un caftan traditionnel. Donc voilà, elle est travaillée avec Zouaq al-Mallem, fait à la main par nos artisans. Le moment le plus important pour moi, c'est quand je montre la tenue presque finie. C'est un moment d'émotion quand je vois les larmes aux yeux et toute la famille qui est en train de s'émerveiller devant ce chef-d'œuvre.
L'extension de l'aéroport a permis l'arrivée de plus de trafic et donc on aura plus de destinations qui vont visiter la ville de Fès. Et bien sûr une augmentation du taux de tourisme. Surtout la ville de Fès, c'est une ville touristique.
Donc ce soir, je repars à Paris parce que demain, j'ai un défilé de mode assisté. Comme vous savez, en tant que créatrice de mode, je dois voyager pour assister à des défilés de mode, pour ramener de nouvelles idées. Et bien sûr, je ne peux pas rater l'occasion.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage. AI is not just a buzzword. In Morocco, for instance, it is a catalyst for growth and success. AI offers a myriad of opportunities to streamline operations, optimize resources and unlock unprecedented insights, particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. we can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form, and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as data pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomie pathologie en Afrique en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc ce kit peut être envoyé dans toute l'Afrique avec un code d'enregistrement sur notre plateforme. Là, on est en train d'analyser le frottis d'une femme pour dire est-ce qu'il est malin ou bénin. Et on augmente l'efficience en intégrant une analyse par intelligence artificielle. C'est une œuvre d'art. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de pat art. Ils prennent des images et ils les font en tableau. Ça existe.
But perhaps the most significant work of art is the impact of AI on African health startups. With AI, they can compete on a global scale, leveraging technology to overcome traditional barriers to entry and reach new markets.
My job is to make the data in a way that people can understand it and make out of it actionable items for the health of citizens.
As the digital revolution also sweeps across Africa, AI stands as a beacon of hope for healthcare startups, offering not just solutions, but opportunities for growth, innovation and prosperity. With investments of the Azure Fund by their side, the future of African healthcare becomes accessible for all.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion. We are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The African Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF 2.0 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AIF2025 implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the Kingdom of Morocco is honored to welcome you for the Africa Investment Forum Marketplace 2025 edition in Rabat. This important gathering of investors, project sponsors, government leaders and development partners are very important milestone for 3 days where we'll be reshaping the future of our continent. Last year, in the same city here in Rabat, we had boardrooms that were buzzing. We saw billions of dollars investment interest in so many different projects, from connectivity, energy access, and agribusiness. And building on this momentum, this year we are honored to have a very strong team bridging the gap, mobilizing private capital to unlock Africa's potential. Once again, welcome to Morocco. Morocco is ready to host you here in Rabat, to have very constructive talks, to discuss business, to discuss investment and projects, to build and reshape the future of our thriving continent.
Golf Mike is definitely clear to land runway, just landing 340 degrees today.
Je viens d'arriver à l'aéroport de Fès et que je trouve fluide et agréable, comme à peu près mes créations qui ont su allier entre modernité et tradition.
Je suis Fatem Zara, je suis contrôleur aérien. Là, vous êtes à la tour de contrôle de Fès, de l'aéroport de Fès-Seis. On est 12 contrôleurs à la tour au total. Il y a 4 équipes et chaque équipe est formée de 2 à 3 personnes, de femmes et hommes. Notre prime objectif, c'est assurer la sûreté et la sécurité du trafic.
J'ai décidé de devenir créatrice de mode parce que j'ai cette passion et surtout que ce métier, il est en étroite relation avec le secteur artisanal qui est important dans l'économie de Fès. Le caftan a été toujours un héritage culturel. On a essayé de proposer une ligne de vêtements qui mélange entre le traditionnel et le moderne.
D'accord, merci. Là, à l'instant, on parle avec l'approche. Ils sont là-bas à la salle radar. Ils nous donnent des estimés des avions qui arrivent. Et nous, on leur demande les mises en route si on a des avions au départ. Donc, on leur demande. Eux, ils demandent à Casablanca et ainsi de suite. Pour moi, c'était by accident, as we say in English. J'ai rencontré une amie dans une cité universitaire. Et elle, à chaque fois, il me disait, voilà, il y a des contrôleurs, donc avec ton profil, tu peux postuler, Moi, je disais, ça ne m'intéresse pas, ça ne me dit rien. Voilà. Et après quelques années, voilà, j'ai passé le concours, j'ai réussi le concours et voilà, je suis là.
C'est important d'avoir un aéroport si proche, c'est-à-dire à 5 minutes de chez moi. Je peux prendre un avion vers plusieurs destinations, vers Paris, vers Amsterdam, vers Bruxelles. Et d'où l'importance de s'ouvrir sur le monde extérieur et d'exporter nos produits ou notre ligne de vêtements à l'échelle internationale. Bonjour, salam alaikum, Zhor, labas. Comment ça se passe? Grâce à l'aéroport de Fès, je peux faire des voyages à plusieurs destinations, ce qui me permet de rencontrer de nouvelles clientes, d'exporter nos modèles pour des fashion shows ou pour des défilés. Je me suis déplacée hier à Paris pour rencontrer une cliente, donc c'est une future mariée qui souhaite avoir un caftan traditionnel. Donc voilà, elle est travaillée avec Zouaq al-Mallem, fait à la main par nos artisans. Le moment le plus important pour moi, c'est quand je montre la tenue presque finie. C'est un moment d'émotion quand je vois les larmes aux yeux et toute la famille qui est en train de s'émerveiller devant ce chef-d'œuvre.
L'extension de l'aéroport a permis l'arrivée de plus de trafic et donc on aura plus de destinations qui vont visiter la ville de Fès. Et bien sûr une augmentation du taux de tourisme. Surtout la ville de Fès, c'est une ville touristique.
Donc ce soir, je repars à Paris parce que demain, j'ai un défilé de mode assisté. Comme vous savez, en tant que créatrice de mode, je dois voyager pour assister à des défilés de mode, pour ramener de nouvelles idées. Et bien sûr, je ne peux pas rater l'occasion.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage. AI is not just a buzzword. In Morocco, for instance, it is a catalyst for growth and success. AI offers a myriad of opportunities to streamline operations, optimize resources and unlock unprecedented insights, particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. We can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as data pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle, qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomie-pathologie en Afrique, en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc ce kit peut être envoyé dans toute l'Afrique avec un code d'enregistrement sur notre plateforme. Là, on est en train d'analyser le frottis d'une femme pour dire est-ce qu'il est malin ou bénin. Et on augmente l'efficience en intégrant une analyse par intelligence artificielle. C'est une œuvre d'art. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de pat art. Ils prennent des images et ils les font en tableau. Ça existe.
But perhaps the most significant work of art is the impact of AI on African health startups. With AI, they can compete on a global scale, leveraging technology to overcome traditional barriers to entry and reach new markets.
My job is to make the data in a way that people can understand it and make out of it actionable items for the health of citizens.
As the digital revolution also sweeps across Africa, AI stands as a beacon of hope for healthcare startups, offering not just solutions, but opportunities for growth, innovation and prosperity. With investments of the Azure Fund by their side, the future of African healthcare becomes accessible for all.
The African continent faces a moment shaped by progress, partnership, and possibility. This progress is not coincidental. It is the result of collaboration and a collective commitment to accelerate Africa's development agenda. The Africa Investment Forum embodies that commitment. It is not just an event. It is a dynamic platform where partners unite to translate ideas into investment and investment into impact.
We are moving beyond investor matchmaking to drive greater selectivity and stronger upstream projects. From raising up women that are investment champions to the showcase Africa's rampant creative sectors, film, music, fashion. We are positioning Africa as premier investment.
African Investment Forum is a framework for partnership and collaboration. So I think that going forward, what we need to do is to deepen that partnership. We have to move beyond words, to move to real execution of projects that make sense for our people.
The African Investment Forum has entered a new era. AIF2025 represents our renewed commitment to transforming Africa's investment landscape through stronger governance, clearer roles among partners, and a sharper focus on project quality and execution. The 2025 edition promises to be even bigger and more impactful. Don't miss it.
Present your next project. Invest in the latest initiatives. Transform Africa to make it thrive.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AIF2025 implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade.
Mesdames et messieurs, ravi de vous retrouver après cette pause déjeuner. J'y ai assisté, j'ai vu qu'il y avait des discussions très passionnées et beaucoup de passion aussi pour le déjeuner qui vous a été proposé. J'espère que vous en avez profité.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to find you back at this session. I know a lot of things went on during the lunch. Bob, come back. I want to mention
interpretation
that
is available.
you have
You can use your headsets.
interpreting available.
Channel 1 is
one
English, Channel 2
for
is French.
In the event that
Ladies and gentlemen, is available. You can. I kindly invite you to use your headsets. 1 for English and 2 for French, because the conversation that is about to start will happen in French and in English. Nous allons poursuivre à présent avec un autre fireside chat.
we are going to continue with another fireside with the title Mobilizing for Investment in the context of for the development of African continent or intelligent mobilization of capital
mobilization
for the present
and
the
infrastructure
future.
in Africa.
This
That's why
session
this
is going
session
to
will bring together people
who have had a lot of
give flesh to
initiatives.
these initiatives.
Ijoma Taylor, Executive Director and Chief Operating Officer of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, and with her extensive expertise in capital mobilization and infrastructure finance, she will moderate this session with her valuable insight. A warm welcome for our moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and a very warm good afternoon to everyone here. It's really my pleasure to welcome you to this fireside chat on a topic that really sits at the heart of African transformation. And the topic for today is really, how do we mobilize capital domestically to finance the infrastructure and the investments that we so clearly need in Africa. For decades, Africa's growth story has been centered around external financing. There's been a lot of numbers thrown around what the annual deficit is in the infrastructure gap. But we all know that there's hundreds of billions of dollars sitting within Africa in the context of pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and other financiers, as well as investment banks. Today, the question before us is not whether we have the capital, it's how we deploy this capital for sustainable development. It's how we align all of these financiers to come together to finance or even to find these bankable projects. So with me today, I have two very interesting speakers I'm very proud to introduce in no particular order. I welcome to the stage Mr. Ibrahim Mangasa, who is the president of August International. And if you allow me, I will read his profile. I don't know why I have this job, because he has a very interesting profile. I hope that I do justice to it. Ibrahim Mangasa is an Ivorian banker and philanthropist, and he's the president of our Just Investment Bank. He is a specialist in innovative financing of major strategic public and private projects across Africa, and has notably structured the $14.5 billion debt restructuring program of Ghana, promoted financial models based on project viability rather than guarantees. So I think this really speaks to the crux of what the discussion is today. I was very excited to hear that he was appointed the UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador for Priority Africa just recently on the 28th of October, 2025. I think that deserves a round of applause in recognition of his commitment to development, education, and culture across the continent. He also collaborates closely with the Africa Investment Forum. And just while I say this, I'd just like to say well done to the Africa Investment Forum. This has been an excellent showing so far. The platform is amazing for everything we're trying to do in infrastructure finance in Africa, across the continent. And with that said, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ibrahim Mangasa to the stage. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm also very pleased to invite Ms. Rachel Moore Oshodi, who is a very interesting individual, a personal friend of mine as well. I'm very proud to tell you about her. She's the CEO of AIF2025 Infrastructure Investments, where she leads a pan-African private equity firm dedicated to financing sustainable energy and infrastructure, with a track record of structuring multi-billion-dollar transactions across emerging markets. She brings deep expertise in translating complexity into bankable deals that unlock long-term value. Very excited to tell you that she's a frequent voice at global stages, from UNGA Climate Week to the World Economic Forum. Today she's here with us at the AIF. Rachel, she's also one of Forbes Africa's 50 most powerful women. Round of applause, thank you very much. And she's been spotlighted as one of the most creative people in business and celebrated in GQ South Africa as a woman changing the continent. I don't want the gentlemen in the room to feel that I'm spotlighting the women, but please, thank you very much, Rachel. Please join us on stage. Thank you. So thank you both for joining us. As I said earlier, today we're here to confront one of Africa's most defining challenges. It's how we align as infrastructure financiers. It's also how we move from ambition to bankable execution. We've spoken a little bit earlier on just around what needs to be done, and I'm very excited for what's to come in this session. I really encourage us all to listen and engage, because the future of African development, I truly believe, it lies not only in the infrastructure that we build, but it's the financial systems that fund it. And like I said, there's funding available in Africa, but where are the bankable projects? So I'll start again in no particular order, but I'll start with my sister Rachel. Rachel, AIF2025 has established itself as a leading infrastructure fund focused on sustainable, commercially viable projects across Africa, right? So from your perspective, what deal structuring approaches and innovating partnership models are you using to make large-scale infrastructure projects more investable and to attract greater domestic institutional capital?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me, AIF. So indeed, I think I started my career investing in emerging markets globally over 25 years ago. But I think when it comes to the continent, one thing that stood out when, decades ago we were investing was how USD, or let me say hard currency dependent, those transactions were. And I have to go back into context to understand really the inflection point where we found ourselves today. And with this theme of mobilizing domestic capital, I just want to bring the perspective of about 2 decades ago, where local capital was scarce. It was scarce because domestic capital savings generally could not flow into infrastructure and other asset class for that matter. So Africa is not scarce of capital, it's that the capital that was there was fragmented and not directed where it needed to be because the systems, the structures simply did not allow for it. 3 things have changed fundamentally. One is on the macro side. We are now finding ourselves with environment where volatility is a daily thing, especially when it comes to foreign exchange. Inflation is double digit, and I'm speaking for markets in which we operate, whereby the savings of pensioners are now eroding in terms of value as opposed to preserving value. And what has done is that it has triggered an interest from domestic pension funds to now look at infrastructure, an asset class that allows inflation hedge and indexation to foreign currency to really protect the capital that they have. The other thing that has really happened is a progress in terms of regulation. So you have now, at the time, really, labeling infrastructure as an alternative asset class was really preventing many of the pension funds to be able to invest. You either needed a rating, and the fact that that asset class is illiquid during the period of development and construction was also preventing pension funds from investing. Now the regulation has evolved. You have now more asset class that have been vetted by the regulator, and then you have innovative structures, some of which we have implemented at ARM Harith, that enables pension funds to participate. And I'm talking about participating not in the debt side, but on the equity side, because we have now developed instruments that are allowed to provide early yield and liquidity to the pension funds, making it possible for them to not have to wait 3, 4, 5 years of development and construction, but immediately getting a yield, an early yield, the moment that they invest. The third element really is the general innovation around blended finance. And blended finance, I am not talking about concessional funding. We're not talking about subsidizing, returns. We're talking about de-risking very precise risk. And again, let me give you the same example that I just gave. When we started to approach pension funds, domestic pension funds, 10 years ago with our first fund, we realized that the risk that the asset class infrastructure bear was not really the issue. And when you look at the data, it actually proves that infrastructure is one of the safest, or let me say, lowest risk asset class globally. And that is also on the continent where the loss recovery are actually the highest. So in terms of risk, if you know what you're doing in terms of structuring, it's actually not backed by data that Africa infrastructure is the riskiest. It's actually the opposite. So it wasn't really what was preventing investment from domestic capital at scale. What was really the key pain point was the illiquid nature of the asset class. And so that's why having capital, and we got capital from a UK DFI, FSDAI, that has enabled us to deal with that liquidity And that's where the blended finance, it's really about unlocking and catalyzing private sector participation. With that instrument alone, we have been able to attract 3 times the domestic capital that we would have been able to attract otherwise. That's what I'm talking about, catalytic. That's what I'm talking about, leveraging capital and put it in the, in the right, at the right level in the capital stack. Should it be from project preparation or these kinds of investment that enable equity to flow in. And another thing that domestic capital is doing is what we have been doing for decades, which is the mismatch of assets and liability when it comes to raising capital. I was mentioning that for decades, we were raising capital in foreign currency because the domestic capital was short-term tenured, which would introduce in year 6 or 7 in any given project that has a 15, 20-year life, a refinancing risk, which no investor was willing to take for the right reasons. But what now this long-term tenured local currency has enabled us to do is to be able to better match the assets and liability at the project level. And guess what? By deploying that local capital, we are de-risking the project for all capital providers, and we also enabling the mitigation of FX risk that global investors are concerned about. So this is the kinds of innovative structuring and solutions that we see and that we are witnessing. Yeah. And I know that if we continue to leverage and utilizing philanthropic capital, concessional capital properly to de-risk, then we would have an impact. The last thing I'm going to say, the parting word is, for people in the room who actually have that philanthropic capital, and for those who are willing to support equity providers like us, because this is really where there's a lack, right? On the debt side, there has been a lot of solutions that are being proposed, very well so. But what our debt partners are telling us is that they don't see the project. You were mentioning there's a scarcity of bankable projects. There are none, as far as I'm concerned. We see many bankable projects, but why are they not moving fast enough or moving at all from concept to bankability is the lack of that capital. So if we can really mobilize early riskier capital and leveraging in a manner that $1 is equating $3 or $4 of private capital participation, that's a better use of that capital. Instead of putting 300 million into one project, let's split it and provide it into a platform that actually use that capital across a number of projects to achieve a greater impact and move faster.
Thank you so much, Rochelle. You've said many things, and I'm not going to repeat everything that you said, but I think some of the things that really jump out at me, so many things, some of the things that really jump out at me around the hard currency dependency, the matching of assets and liability. Very key for me as well is the regulatory policy. Interesting to see, particularly in Nigeria, where I'm from, how the regulatory shift for how pension funds can invest is really moving the needle in that regard. But one thing I want to pinpoint on and use that as a segue to Ibrahim is when you talk about the project preparatory aspect for these bankable projects, right? And to that, I'll say, Ibrahim, I think it's a wonderful segue for the conversation with you. How does ALGES see its role of African investment banks and sovereign wealth institutions evolving in mobilizing domestic capital for these large-scale infrastructure projects with a view and really focused on the risk, really how do we de-risk these projects? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ijoma. First of all, I would like to point out that when it's about financing, when it's about investment, Africa Investment Forum is the place to be, the only place to be. And I will like that we applaud the team here, and I want to take this opportunity to deeply thank the Africa Investment Forum team, Max, Onike, Claudia, and all the other team. Second thing is, Ijoma, it's very important to understand the current situation of infrastructure in Africa. Today, the deficit of infrastructure in Africa is 170 billion every year. This is very important to understand the huge amount of need of infrastructure financing. The second thing is over the next 25 years, it should be $4 trillion investment. Regarding electricity, less than 40% of African population do not have access to electricity. Regarding water, more than 300 million people do not have access to water. Regarding traffic, the traffic in Africa is 5 times higher comparing to Asian countries. This is the situation. Based on this situation, what we have to do to solve it is to go quick, fast, and to be able to get a very, very good project preparation. To be able to present projects in which different banks and different investors here in the room will be ready to finance. The big problem in Africa is who is going to pay for that. Who is going to pay for that? If you don't speak the same language of investor, they will not be able to invest. So one of the things we are doing at Algiers Investment Bank is to pre-finance the project preparation for government.
Fantastic.
We have been able to raise more than $50 billion transaction over the last 10 years. And we have been able to close it because the project was very, very well prepared. Coming to how we should work, investment banker and sovereign fund, wealth fund, what is important is to understand that the role of a sovereign fund is to be able to coordinate the private equity sector and the financing. The role of an investment bank is mainly to work hand-to-hand with government, with large corporations, and being able to present a bankable project. Based on that, the link between wealth fund and investment banker can be a very, very fast track. Unfortunately, as I told you, in Africa, who is going to pay for that? And maybe what we need to do is to look at for IFDB or this different kind of forum, or it can be possible to put a facility for project preparation. Two more important things, project preparation and profitability. These are the two language investors like. If you are able to present a bankable project, they will go on it. And the second thing is, I'm sure that Rachel like 2 digits. Isn't it, Rachel? So all the wealth fund, you can see, they like 2 digits, and it's important to deliver to them a very good high performance.
Thank you very much. I think just based on what both of you can say, and giving a plug for the NSIA, is it's just interesting. I think what Rachel has said around catalytic and what some of the DFIs and the sovereign wealth funds must do is in that blended capital, in that stack, is really looking at who's taking the first loss situation, right? So from that stack, once you have the first loss sort of investor coming in, that then pulls in the rest of your domestic capital providers as well as your global sort of institutions, right, wanting to take advantage or take the opportunities of what you have in Africa. But beyond that, what you've also said, and that's something that NSIA we're very, very conscious of as well from the catalytic perspective. Now, what Ibrahim has said is completely spot on from the project prep perspective. Who is going to finance this? You may know InfraCredit. So the NSIA has a project prep facility that we have with InfraCredit. And in that, we do sort of finance these preparatory activities for these projects, bringing them to bankability, ability to raise finance, ability to raise guarantees. And it's so important, I think, for my fellow DFIs in the room, really around how we come together, how we align, and you know, to be able to address these challenges. How much time do I have?
4 minutes.
I have 4 minutes. Oh, we have so much to talk about, though. Right, so I do have quite a few questions, and And I really would like to continue with you, Ibrahim. Based on what you've said, what shifts are you seeing, particularly around this early stage project developments? I've just mentioned what the NSI has done. Are you seeing shifts like this around the mindset of other finance institutions around early stage project development?
I think that today there is a lot of investors who are signing MOU with certain government and they finance themselves the project preparation. But what's important is for the government to be able to give them a kind of guarantee in case the project didn't come through.
Right.
Okay, so this is one of the things. And, you know, in Africa, the market is there, but one of the things African countries really need to focus on is the market study. And I will give you just one example, which is the third bridge of Ivory Coast. This is one of the projects we have been able to manage in 2011, just when the President Ouattara came to power. Regarding the third bridge of Abidjan, it was around 300 million euros. Everybody was doubting about this project.
Right.
They were hesitating because they were thinking that the traffic will be lower than 20,000 cars a day. But today, the traffic on this bridge is 120,000 cars a day. And Ivory Coast, based on this good project preparation, have been able to build another 6 other bridges.
Okay.
So understanding that the expertise, the quick takeaway from this project preparation and putting in place the good team can be a key of success. And ARI was part of it, and we were part of it.
So those are your quick fire, what success looks like is project prep.
Project preparation and being able to deliver a very good performance. You know, as I said, the role of investment banker is to be able to sell a good financing opportunity. And the second thing is to be able to coordinate the domestic market, especially the different bankers, local bankers, and also to be able to push the government to bring the local pension fund in this project. Because today in most countries in Africa, all the pension fund, instead of investing, they like only deposit in a bank, and most of them, they like buying only land. And also the government is not in a very good move paying the pension to the pension fund because for them, this money is not efficient. To be effective today, I think that with the wealth fund, one of the effective vehicle different states can be using will be the pension fund. We have been able to raise with the pension fund of Côte d'Ivoire, for example, several billion. We did the same with the pension fund of Congo, Brazzaville. We are doing also the same with the pension fund of Gabon. This means that pension funds are able to bring the equity the government cannot bring. To bring the debts, it's easier to do it on the market.
Of course.
And also, as we can work with wealth fund, we can coordinate all the other investors in the market, and the project can be through. So the quick takeaway is project preparation and profitability, 2 digits.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you. Rochelle, what does success look like to you?
So I'm really, really happy to see conversations where we all saying the same thing, that transformation really will come from within, with local capital, local investor leading, with global partners, you know, coming along and amplifying what we're trying to do. The reason why this is important for me in particular is we have decades of investing on the continent, and with all due respect to all of us, little still to show for. And I think it's because we are working still in isolation. I started by saying that capital is there, is fragmented. It is true, capital is there, is fragmented. On this stage, we have project preparation, we have debt and guarantees and equity as well in project preparation, and you have equity, and there's tons of other debt providers. But what we are still not doing enough, in my view, is coming together in order to be able to scale and replicate faster. Today, we're still working one project after the next, doing things in sequence, when actually, when you have platforms and fund managers, institutions that are able to leverage that capital across multiple projects at once, that's efficiency. That's utilizing capital effectively. So if, you know, and I take responsibility. We're having conversations with many of the stakeholders to really say how can we have systems where we all want the same thing. You mentioned double digit. We want double digit because we create value at the portfolio level to deliver those double digit, right? So we have to create that value. And creating that value is leveraging from your project preparation excellence and track record, from our equity excellence and track record, from your debt and guarantees excellence and track record, not once across platforms where we all come together, because at the end of the day, guess what? We all want the same things. We want the double digit for our pensioners and their savings. We want the governance and transparency for sustainability. We want the same ESG and climate and gender. We all have those criteria that are important to really transform and change the future of Africa. But we can't continue to do it alone. And I'm going to conclude by saying the African proverb that everybody knows, but that we need to, we must start really acting upon it. If you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, let's come together. And really that's what it takes. It's really the responsibility to each and every one of us in the organizations that we lead to realize that from project preparation all the way to debt and expansion, everything that comes into that has to come more systematically so that we can deliver projects not one at a time, but multiple at a time, because we have run out of time.
Thank you. Oof, thank you so much. Thank you very much. And I think that's really a good place to kind of bring all of the conversations together. We've talked about project preparation, the need for that, the discipline to create these bankable projects, the right instruments to ensure that we're de-risking and we're channeling these finances into infrastructure. But something very critical you said, Rochelle, today is the collaboration, the platforms that we use to deploy this capital. And just to mention, I think this is something that as we navel gaze as financiers, it's become more and more apparent. The sovereign wealth funds, the African sovereign wealth funds, I don't know if I have any of my colleagues from other countries in the room, but we've come together recognizing this very issue to form a platform called the African Sovereign Investment Forum. And basically it's us pulling our funds together. Like you say, if you want to go far, you've got to go. How does it go? You've got to go together, you know, essentially. And with that, the idea is how do we then pull together our funding, attract global financing, but for the benefit of the continent. Because you find that many sovereign wealth funds, by their very mandate, have to develop their own infrastructure in their own jurisdiction. But with a platform like this, you can do it through fund managers, working alongside alignment with investment banks. You're able to deploy capital in a more sustainable way. So I'd really like to thank you both for your very candid thoughts. I think the message is clear. Where African capital leads, confidence follows. The opportunities in Africa are numerous. And I think at this point, the messaging has to be consistent. It's Africans for Africa in order for us to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening. A round of applause for my fantastic panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ijeoma, to moderate with the engaging fireside chat with Mr. Ibrahim Magassa and Rachel Morey-Oshodi. Yes, time to take a picture because this moment is quite important. We're going to switch for another high-level panel discussion in a few months, so stay with us. On vous invite à rester avec nous, bien entendu, pour poursuivre juste après un panel de haut niveau qui va parler de digitalisation.
We invite you to stay with us to follow right on with the high-level panel that will be speaking to digitalization. Thank you.
And now, move on a crucial discussion on Africa's digital transformation and the investment required to make it inclusive and competitive. Yes, Africa is going digital, but basic connectivity remains out of reach for many. The high-level panel is hosted by Huawei. It's a great honor to receive here the moderator of this high-level panel. Let me share with you a short bio. He's a vice president in charge of public relations for Mediterranean region of Huawei, Northern Africa. He holds a degree in computer engineering and started his professional career as a research and development engineer at ST Microelectric. He joined Huawei Technology in 2025, I guess I'm correct, and where he held several positions and responsibility in several countries, including Morocco as a regional director of the wireless department, and Tunisia as a deputy general manager responsible for sales and strategy for Tunisia and Libya. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Adnan Ben Halima, VP Public Relations, Huawei, with a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I'm very pleased to be with you today in Morocco, and it's such a pleasure to be in such a vibrant country that continues to play a key role in Africa's economic growth and digital transformation. Before I begin, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the African Development Bank for organizing such event, the Africa Investment Forum. We appreciate your leadership in bringing together key stakeholders to advance Africa's investment landscape. Today's discussion will be about a very interesting topic, which is digital transformation. And in today's discussion, we will explore how digital infrastructure can drive economic growth, inclusivity, and competitiveness across the continent. And we'll discuss on how to position Africa as a leader in digital innovation and service delivery. The real-world examples of digital solutions will be shown through this panel. And finally, we will talk about policy and investment strategies. In this panel, we have very distinguished and very high-level guests that I will welcome them on the second phase. But for now, we will have the first part of this session, which will be a keynote speech that will be delivered by Mr. Chris Mong, the President of Marketing and Solution in Huawei, North, West, and Central Africa. Please, Chris Mong, the stage is yours.
Distinguished ministers, honorable guests, and ladies and gentlemen, so thank you for your coming. So it's my great honor to invite you to this session about the Africa digital transformation and intelligence. And on behalf of Huawei, I would like to share some of our thinking about how to build a prosperous Africa and the opportunity in the future. So over the last 10 years, ICT has evolved from the information to digitalization and intelligence. These changes have a profound impact on every countries, industries, and individuals all over the world. We can find some research here. $1 investment on the ICT industry, which will contribute $9.5 for the national GDP. For example, in China, last 10 years, the GDP growth is 117%, and the ICT industry have provided significant contribution to the GDP growth. At the end of this year, the ICT economy in China will be contribute at least 45% to the national GDP. And here in Africa, the digital transformation in ICT area is much faster than our expectation. And it's not just a gradual progress. It is a leapfrogging development, and which will bring unlimited potential and opportunities. We can see that we have some slides show here. For our Africa, for connectivity, we will start from the unconnectivity, uncoverage, to be the 4G and 5G directly, and also the home broadband, FTTH. So based on our analysis, end of the 2030, there will be over 80% our peoples will be 4G and 5G users. And all new built home broadband will be the fiber. And next, for the mobile payment, has also seen rapidly growth. Our Africa account more than half the mobile payment registered user all over the globe. And the transaction in last 5 years also increased 3 times. It's a very huge and a very fast development for the mobile payment. And for the governance, from the paper-based to the intelligence and the digitalization, that will be sorting the time for all the government-related affair applications, and will safely improve the efficiency. And for the power side, this morning, the video also showed a lot of things about the new energy and the power. We can find the solar power is the most inclusive and sustainable solution. That costs just 1/4 of the diesel generator. And our Africa, we has 40% of the world's solar potential. And based on the forecast 2030, the solar panels, the installation will be increased 7 times. And so our Africa right now is at a very critical stage in its digital and intelligence transformation. So as a global leader in the ICT, Huawei has established our trust in the Africa to be the trusted partners. And we have always fulfilled our commitment in Africa, for Africa. And in the telecom sectors, we have cooperated with every country's operator and deployed more than 37 commercial 5G network, including the Morocco this month, also launched the 5G. I think all of you can enjoy the 5G service right now in Rabat. And also the more than 100 FTTH network. So we're helping 200 million users and 50 million households to step into the triple gigabyte era. We call the triple gigabyte is a mobile network, fixed network, and also the office Wi-Fi network. So triple gigabyte network. And in the government sectors, we have cooperated with many multilateral development banks, provided the on-premise, the cloud, and also the ICT infrastructure. We have supported the CMAC in area for their backbone network, and also more than 30 countries we deployed on-premise cloud to provide the fundamental infrastructure for the futures, the intelligence. And in the finance industry, 42 operators and the bank has chosen Huawei's mobile money solution, empowering 200 million users to participate in digital economy. And in energy sectors, we also have a lot of cooperation with the operators, with the partners. We have served more than 2,500 the customers, and the PV installation capacity will be double end of this year. So the possibilities are boundless, and the future is bright. So how to realize the vision? How to realize the vision we just mentioned, build a prosperous Africa. So Huawei, we have developed one frame. Here we call the 4 new frame. So the first one is the base, is the infrastructure. We call the new infrastructure. That lies 3 cornerstones: the network, AI and the cloud, and also the fintech. This is the 3 cornerstones we think for the new infrastructure. And enabled by the new infrastructure, there are 3 pillars. The first one is the new economy, include the new energy, new transportation with the intelligence, and also the other industry and the government service. So all the sectors will be benefit from the digital transformation and innovation, infusing fresh energy to our national economic development. And the second thing is the new society. New society include, there are some topics: inclusive education, inclusive health care, and also the enriched life. So based on the new society, we can ensure every person in our Africa can enjoy equal access to the digital world, and also it can offer diversified service to the people. For example, the games, the video, and also the AI agent, something like that, to make the life more convenient and high quality. So the last one is the new security. So covering public safety and also the cyber security. So not only protect the human being safety and well-being, but also to form a shield for the national stability and the long-term development. So finally, I want to emphasize again, Huawei insists the principle of openness and collaboration and a win-win strategy. So we will deepen our joint innovation with our customers, with banks, financial institutions, partners, and also developers to build an open and thriving ecosystem. And together, we will ensure sustainable investment on the ICT industry. So thank you once again for your presence today. And I hope my sharing and also next the panel will give you some help. You can benefit from that. And let's work together for the future. So where Africa is fully inclusive, fully connected, fully digital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. I think this summarized a little bit the vision of Huawei for the digital industry globally and our proposal for Africa for different verticals. And I hope for the coming panel session we will have further details with outstanding panelists from public and private sector. So without waiting, I'm excited to introduce our distinguished panelists who bring invaluable insights for all of us. I would like to have your applause to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdallah Sulaiman Sheikh Sidiya, the Minister of Economic Affairs and Development of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. I would like to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Khalil Konate, Minister of Digital Transition and Digitalization of Côte d'Ivoire. And then His Excellency Mr. Ismail Nabe, Minister of Planning and International Cooperation, the Republic of Guinea. And of course, a representative from the African Development Bank, Mr. Ousmane Fall, Director of Non-Sovereign Operations and Private Sector for the African Development Bank. And finally, and not least, Mr. Colin Hu, President of Enterprise Business for Huawei Northwest and Central Africa. Distinguished panelists, once again, thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you today to discuss a very important topic that is becoming a priority in our countries. But before starting the panel, I would like to start with some key figures. 38% of Africans are online, but we are living more than 900 million people unconnected. In sub-Saharan Africa, 320 million people are using mobile internet, but 700 million still lack access due to cost and poor quality. Closing all this gap will need an estimation of $1.6 trillion investment on digital infrastructure by 2030. So let's dive in and begin with His Excellency Mr. Khalil Konate, Minister of Digital Transition and Digitalization of Côte d'Ivoire. Monsieur le Ministre, I will switch in French. Alors que la Côte d'Ivoire prépare son plan national de développement,
while Côte d'Ivoire is preparing its development plan for 2030, how would digitalization play a central role for the economic growth of the country? Thank you. I would first of all, want to thank the distinguished participants and the panelists. I first of all would want to thank the organizers, the AIF2025, which has given this opportunity to Huawei to invite us to look a bit at the situation of digitalization within our economies and share experiences, failures, and also look at the perspectives for our countries. And we need to point out that the World Bank is also a bilateral partner. And in 2024, they created the position of Vice President for Digitalization. That means that today, this technology is binding as an accelerator for wealth creation and wealth and job creation. That is why you see that Côte d'Ivoire as in the plan for 2021-2025, that was around 21 million euro envisaged, more or less 3 billion for the part related to the transitional digital translation. Digital is for digitalization. And for 2030, it is rather 162 million euro. So it's 5.4%. That is more than 8 billion euro for the prospects. The contribution of the digital part or the training and the part in the contribution in the GDP is about 2%, and it's emphasized to be about 12% by 2030. And we have especially quite important projects, digital acceleration for Côte d'Ivoire, which are funded by the AFDB by about 49 billion CFA. I want to take advantage of this to thank the AFDB for that and say that the prospects are good, looking at the fact that today they have been able to gather indicators to move. We need to mention that Côte d'Ivoire, as part of their program, has planned to digitalize all department services and say that to have robust infrastructure to support the transformation of our economies through digitalization or sectors of the economy, using digitalization as one of the greatest tools. So this, from the plan, we place the issue of access to energy. Access to energy as being basic, because you know that digitalization provides data, and I look at it as a fuel for all these new technologies. But the availability of energy today, power today, is essential, something that the government must look at. And we have been working on that the last 15 years to be able to have a space where we can develop a robust infrastructure and to share it with the entire sub-region. So this is just to say, to begin with, and I want to thank you again for the opportunity that you've given to us for the progress made in Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You have a very ambitious program from 2 to 12% by 2030 for a digitalized economy. It is very good, because this ratio, we are hoping to have that in all African countries. Côte d'Ivoire is taking the lead. And you also mentioned the cooperation with the AFDB. We are here with you to correspond much funding for development to apply it to the field to help the average African citizen. And this energy aspect, it is very important, because without energy, you cannot do much. Let me move on directly to the Honorable Minister Abdallah Suleiman, who is from Mauritania. Honorable Minister, Mauritanian economy is seeking to diversify through the extractive industries. How does the government think of structure the digitalization to boost this sector, logistics, digital infrastructure, entrepreneurship? Thank you. It is a very important question, and at the crux heart of the priorities of our government. I want to commend the holding of this forum as well as the order of this panel, which appears to me to be very important. I think that the digital must be placed, given a priority as by Africa and also AFDB through the strategies, development strategies by the whole of Africa. Why that? Because looking at the Industrial Revolution and Africa, we have to be part of the Industrial Revolution, and this digital revolution is relatively simple as compared with the others, because investment in the digital world is leads to heavy investments, etc. There are preconditions for digitalization to be well established efficiently. We need to look at energy and training of the youth as also for the users. We also need to have connectivity tools like fiber optic, etc. But I think that all that is within our reach, and the partnership with the AFDB can help us to catch up on the delays. That's what we need to do. With our country, Mauritania, my country, we have placed the digitalization as at a certain point in our development, and that we have a ministry devoted to digitalization to boost the digitalized economy. And we've succeeded in having a mobile development evolution. We have made progress through the fact that the distances in Mauritania are high, and the use of the mobile has helped us a lot. It has helped. It is better than the traditional methods of communication. For that reason, we have three priorities. The first priority is to be able to have a reliable connectivity, a resilient one. The second priority is to have digitalize the public service and the production sector. And the third one, have innovative human capital. And these three priorities, we've placed them within our accelerated growth plan that we are currently updating, and we place innovation as well as digitalization within our economic projects. So it's obvious that there are requirements that I have mentioned. We need to succeed in putting in place. I know that we've making greater efforts to have access to electricity, generalized here some 10 years later, which have systems, very strong systems. Not many Mauritanians have access to electricity, since the territory is big, large. So we have not been able to have a network that connects the whole of the territory. We need to have digital interconnectivity. We have a connectivity with Mali. That is what we are building now, from Nouakchott to Nima, and then to Nouadhibou, and then with the to be connected with Europe, that is from Morocco. And we also we think that partnerships with investors and innovative companies, international innovative countries, who can also help us to achieve the connectivity, general connectivity objective that we have planned. We also need to technology transfer, and this technology transfer, we can have it through the implementation of the setting up of big companies for us to get connectivity, and also have connectivity, know-how. I want to mention that in Mauritania, we've set up for some 20 years now, we have a technical university where we train engineers, which are at high level when it comes to training, and who at times go outside. They are needed in foreign countries. We've also set up a digital university, what we call it a school, but it's a higher institution. They recruit A-level holders, digital school or an IT school. Thank you once again for having for the AFDB, for this forum, for having given us this opportunity to present our strategy on innovation, digital transformation, and for having given us the opportunity to meet the other African countries to enable us to compare their experience and strategies and to have the possibility of meeting partners, private and public partners, international partners with whom we can exchange on this topic. Thank you once again. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On this, I'm very much impressed. I'm happy that the digital world has taken a very important place in your plans. You said that in your strategies, you mentioned that, and you also said Africa has lost the last industrial revolution, missed a lot of things, and now this technological revolution, which is based on digitalization. And then, so you say we can catch up quickly because the lost time can be caught up with digitalization. You also mentioned the PPP, and that is what is being done now. It's an ecosystem in which everybody is going to put their contribution. Now I want to call upon Honorable Minister Ismail Nabe, Minister of Planning and International Cooperation, Republic of Guinea. First of all, I want to commend you for the launch of the mega projects, Simandou mineral extraction. I was there 2 weeks ago, and we saw the effervescence that is reigning and the optimism. And Guinea now is inviting, attracting foreign investors, and you are moving very fast when it comes to. So what is the role of digitalization? That what you've incorporated in the national programs?
Mr. Moderator, thank you for those very kind words addressed to Guinea. And I'd also like to thank Huawei and the African Development Bank for this panel discussion. It shouldn't be a sort of parallel discussion. It should be the very heart of what we're discussing here at this forum, because digitalized Africa, the digitalization of Africa is key for many, many reasons. As far as Guinea is concerned, 70%, more than 70% of our population doesn't have access, and we have TAT, Smart Africa, which has been launched for the very first time in French-speaking Africa. So there was 3 days of that event, and we had youth who were working in fintech, who were working in AI, and this was an illustration of how Africa's future is truly digital. Sigmundou, that project is not one which just confines Guinea to a mining-based economy. We want to also be agriculture-based. Over the next 15 years, we have what we call Simandou, a reliable, responsible, resilient, sustainable project, which throughout it all will run digitalization. So over the next 15 years, the digitalization will be contributing. For the moment, it's 0.5% contribution to our GDP, but over the next 5 years, we expect it to be 3 to 7% through Sindhu. Over the next 15 years, we're expecting to have $2 to $3 billion invested. One, in increasing infrastructure. At the moment, we have a submarine cable. Our objective is to multiply this by 2, so there'll be 2 submarine cables. Then we have the 450 kilometers of railway line. There's fiber optic cable that's been laid below this new railway line construction. We also, with our telephone corporations, and this is an opportunity for us to have come here today, because we have Orange, other telephone companies who recognize that they're going to have to be competitive on the Guinean market. They're very essential from our viewpoint. When we talk about our national development plan, everything we look at is underpinned by digitalization. And for African countries, we have to work on building up the infrastructure, on partnerships, and for us, each country has to work with other flagship countries. Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Mauritania, and also Morocco, they all have their flagship projects. So we have to work together, work with our neighbors and see what they're doing in their flagship projects and work alongside with them. A wise prime minister once said, you must see your neighbor prosper. You shouldn't see your neighbor have to beg. So we're very delighted that we see what is surrounding us in Morocco and around us. There's a very important point that I'd like to put forward, not just for Guinea, but for Africa as a whole. First, finance. Every $1 invested in ITCs will multiply. That's very important. Look at the United States. The billions that people are talking about are people who are in IT, Facebook, for example. So for us, African youth can be billionaires when they invest and multiply the investments in ITC. Next, bring technology closer to the people. Here, I'd like to thank Huawei. We have what we call CSTC in Guinea. It's a project funded by the Chinese government. Our president went to China recently, and this is a project that is going to not just integrate one ministry, but several ministries in ITCs. Then, interconnection. When I leave from here and go to Morocco, my SIM card that works here in Morocco should enable me to be online using my telephone in my country. The future for us is indeed digital. Africa has already been digitalized. We have to work along those, continue to work along those lines. And we have our program 2040, when digitalization is at the very heart of all that we're doing. In fact, during the task that I referred to earlier, we have an E-pillar, which we call infrastructure, transport, and technology. It's extremely critical as far as we're concerned. We believe that over the next 15 years, by investing $2 billion, we're going to multiply 5-fold. In other words, 20 billion that will be with IT for development. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Ce sont des chiffres vraiment
Minister, thank you very much. The figures you cite are very impressive. Before I go into the detail of them, let me mention that in Guinea 2 weeks ago there was a task. It's a Transfer Africa Summit. First summit of its nature that took place at Conakry. I was very honored to have gotten to know young people who are thirsty for technology. And through what you're saying, Your Excellency, you're going to work with all these youth. I've understood you saying $2 billion worth of investment into promoting ITCs. This is going to yield a 5-fold benefit, you said, over the next 15 years at the most. Frankly, these are very impressive figures, figures which reflect the reality in our different countries. Indeed, for us, we think it might seem outstanding, but it's also something we see elsewhere, and I think many African countries will follow Guinea's example. Now, the contribution that the digital economy is bringing, I believe, is going to not just develop your NDP, but it's a global vision. You said it's the third pillar of your three-pronged strategy. We cannot but be delighted because this is the way forward for economic growth.
Mr. Colin Hu, the president of Huawei Enterprise for Northwest and Central Africa. Huawei has been a key player in building digital infrastructure across Africa. So, Mr. Colin, what are the key factors to drive digital transformation on the continent? How do you see Huawei doing that from your side?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, and it's really an honor to have the ministers to express the national strategy and the vision, and also how to drive this digital transformation together. And from Huawei's point of view, we believe there are three main dimensions. And from top down, we believe the national strategic vision and also the top level leadership is of the key. This is the most important. This is a fundamental promise which the country take digitalization as its core national strategy and anchor its long-term development plan vision. So such top-level leadership fosters sustained commitment. It turns the connectivity into a key pillar for boosting the national competitiveness, drive the economic growth, especially digital inclusiveness, and also optimize public services and elevating Africa's status in the global digital economy. And this top-down momentum also helps align different stakeholders and inside the government, in the outside government, the private sector, the banks all together. And the second, what we say is from left to right, is the valued solution scenarios. And this drives by the value. Unlike the large economics, which is they can invest trillions of dollars into infrastructure. The resources in Africa is limited, and how can we build this through the limited resources and to build this high impact and the industry match scenarios is of the key. So we prioritize adapting this open source controllable models to the local core industry. For example, in Guinea Simandu project, and we have just shipped out the first ship of the iron core, and 2 weeks ago. And then how can we apply artificial intelligence into the unmanned truck control, and 24/7, the trucks can work by itself without involving the human intervention. And this applies also to OCP, and this applies to also other industry as well. And these solutions should deliver tangible value, improve efficiency, and reducing risk. And so third, what we believe from right to left is to matching the financing. Financing is very important, and this is exactly why forums like this, hosted by African Development Bank, together we can gather together the government, the financial institutions, the private sectors. Capital is a crucial guarantee for this, to happen. Turn the strategic vision into scenarios, and into the solution into reality. So what we believe ultimately, the top down and left right solution and left right the financial support ultimately, can help leveraging this solution into the economic development and also make turn the vision into tangible impact to this grant.
Thank you very much, Colin. So you mentioned digital inclusivity, which is very important because digital should be equal to everyone as a universal service. And also you mentioned about the scenarios of application in the economy, which are many, and digital can bring really the value for every scenario. And the last one is to match the financing with the need and the right solution to have something real on the ground. Thank you very much for your intervention. I would like to ask Mr. Osman, as the African Development Bank has been a key player in driving private investment across various sectors in Africa. How is the bank leveraging its financing operation to boost digital infrastructure development, particularly in underserved regions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Adnan. I would like to thank our distinguished panelists, the honorable ministers, for making time to be here with us today, and also thank Huawei for convening this very important conversation. The African Development Bank actually places very high the issue of digital economy. We have been investing heavily for the past 10 years to the tune of $5 billion to support governments, but also support private sector into digital projects. What I would like to say is that today we have the digital divide. You have provided the numbers. 700 million people in Africa do not have access to broadband. People are talking about electricity. We have 600 million people, and this is becoming a global theme. Everybody's talking about M300, but at the same time, we have 700 million Africans who do not have access to the digital services. So really what I'm calling from our elite here and the deciders is really to consider having something similar to the M300, but also for the digital sector. It's very important. It is something that is needed by our youth. The African population today has 70% of its population which is under 30. And we have really these digital assets that is there that we need to cater and give them with the tools actually to thrive in the future. And I think digital is one of the powerful tools, as we have seen what happened in certain countries, really to transform our economy. African Development Bank has the advantage of both having public and private. And from where we're sitting, we are helping governments, come up with infrastructure. We have done it with Senegal, for instance, where we have constructed the technology park. We have done it for Cabo Verde, where we have also constructed the technological park. We are supporting, as the Minister of Côte d'Ivoire said, Côte d'Ivoire to build an AI hub. We are also supporting really the vision of building ecosystems, because it's not only the infrastructure, it's not only the technology park, it's not only the fiber, it's not only the submarine cables, it's not only the infrastructure, but it's also how do you make sure that all those populations have access to the skills that they need to be able to utilize actually those tools that we are bringing. It's also an issue of how we bring inclusivity, how we can use those tools to be inclusive, to bring education, to bring e-government, to bring public services, to bring health services, to bring access to market, to bring access to financial services. It's really important actually that we think thoroughly as an ecosystem when we come up with our digital plans, when we come up with our digital policies, so that actually it is put to the service of our African population. At the AFDB right now, we are discussing in one of the boardrooms actually a project in Nigeria, which is actually a $2 billion project to lay out 90,000 kilometers of fiber in the underserved areas in Nigeria. And this project is very close to our heart, because for us it's not only the fiber, how you bring it, but it's also how do you choose the routes actually to make sure that you go to those centers, to those rural centers, to those remote areas. You go through schools, you go through health centers to make sure that you provide that services to those who need it. We need really to shift the way of building infrastructure just for the sake of building infrastructure, but bringing tools actually, bringing access to our African population. This is to the heart of our new president. You have heard this morning he presented his cardinal points, and one of the priorities is to build resilient infrastructure, and digital is really at the heart of it. I would like to finish by giving just two examples also. I think it's the Minister of Guinea who said we should also see what is working in the other countries. You know, when you talk about West Africa, it's a region, it's common people. Myself, I'm Senegalese. I lived 10 years in Côte d'Ivoire. I'm speaking English with you, while I should be speaking French. We have that advantage of seeing what is working elsewhere, what are the models that are working elsewhere and that could easily be replicable. Cote d'Ivoire has been really at the forefront of innovation. We have seen actually in the electricity sector that they have put in place what they call the Programme Électricité pour tous. And this, in the past 10 years, has brought connection to more than 2 million people. And they have done it first by using public sector money, but then they have been very innovative in leveraging private sector money, leveraging access to private sector capital, and access also to capital markets to be able to bring additional fresh capital that will allow all those millions of Ivorians that do not have access to electricity to have access to electricity. And this is something that I'm really calling the Minister of State is here, the Minister of Digital is here. This is something that could be replicated in the telecom sector. A second example is all of these countries have this fund services, actually, that levy around 2% of the telecom operators' revenues. And those funds are sitting there idling and hardly being utilized, actually, to do something meaningful. It's roughly 2%. You know, it could be different between each country, one country to the other. Let us work with you, help you, and come up with innovative solutions to leverage those 2%, either through securitization or using partial risk guarantees, actually, to be able to leverage it to 10 times more. The Minister of Guinea just said it. We need to leverage, and we have those tools that are available at African Development Bank, that are available also at other DFIs, using our local capital markets to raise financing now and to have that leapfrog that we need also on this digital economy. So really, I think that's what AFDB is striving to do in the future, supporting countries in policies, and also this is a call for all the countries. I have the opportunity of having the ministers today, so I will take that opportunity. It's not all the time that we have it. But ministers, please, when you have your policies that have been adopted at the National Assembly, please let us help you move to the next step, which is les décrets d'application. We need really to fast track those decrees so that you can attract the private sector, so that we can go to actions. This is really one of the bottlenecks that we have seen in most of the countries, and AFDB is your bank. AFDB is your shareholder of the bank, and we are here to help you. And those are really the messages I wanted to share today.
Thank you very much, Osman. Thank you. And Excellency, Mr. Minister, this is live invitation on the stage from the AFDB, right? So thank you, Osman. You mentioned very important point. Actually, you mentioned the scenarios of usage of digitalization, and you mentioned several examples in Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Cape Verde, and we hope to duplicate this. And you give such an invitation to the ministers. I hope we can have a private talk just after the session to match, once again, the need, the funds, and if we can, the solution. Thank you. Well, je vais me tourner maintenant à son
Let me
Excellence.
now turn to His Excellency Abdallah Suleiman Sheikh Sidia. For Mauritania, digitalization means considerable investments. How does Mauritania expect to attract public and private investment to ITC? Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, we already have private operators in the digitalization sector. They're the ones who provide internet services and the communications services. Large corporations, international, multinationals with national partners, regional partnerships alongside internationals. So we were one of the first countries to liberalize the communication sector and to ensure that this was one of the major channels wherein there was transparency. Logistics would provide guarantees to investors in the communication sector. Now, beyond the traditional services that these companies and corporations and these operators provide, we also have a major strategy for laying underwater for laying cables, fiber optic cables in our territory, and we are using national capital, but also working in partnership with neighboring countries and with international partners. I think, as was said by Usman just now, beyond the investments, the sort of capital investment, the necessary physical infrastructure, we have to create the ecosystems for a dynamic environment, a dynamic economic growth. What we offer as guarantees are PPPs, public-private partnerships, to attract international investors and international partners are such that we get the top level, technologically speaking, highest performers are attracted to Mauritania within these types of partnerships. So we use PPP on the one hand, and then in addition to public-private partnerships, we use the private operators alone, and we ensure there's synergy amongst all these partners so that not only are we creating the appropriate ecosystems, but we are also putting in place what is necessary for the digital economy to become a pillar for our economies. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Your Excellency, you mentioned the magic word, ecosystem. Creating ecosystems to promote public-private partnerships, to foster investment opportunities. This is the trajectory we are following. This is the right direction that we are taking. All the various parties can contribute in their own ways, the public ones, the private ones, the operators, the telecommunications operators, all part of an ecosystem that will enable them together to work with the state and thus foster a propitious ecosystem for the development of the sector. Now I'm going to ask Mr. Ismail Munabe for Guinea. Do you have any specific blended financing of this type, the public-private type of financing, so for government to invest in large-scale digitalization infrastructure? What structures are you putting in place for private, to attract the private operators? Thank you very much. One of the major PPP that operations that Africa knows. In fact, you yourself were in Conakry the other day. The Simandou project, which I call the United Nations. Everybody was present. Public-private partnerships in Guinea go back a long way. The legal frameworks are in place, and the very first telecoms project in sub-Saharan Africa was in Guinea, between Guinea and Malaysia, and the Sotelvi telecoms operator. Now we have the whole legal apparatus, the frameworks, the apparatus, and we believe that the development of our countries will depend on the private sector now. 2040, Simandou 2040, as I said this morning, 60% will come from the private sector. We believe this is essential. From our viewpoint, that must be the way we take to promote PPP. We have opportunities now. Fiber optic cables, submarine underwater cables. Then there are the actual operators themselves. We only have one at the moment. For us, the message is clear. With government, we must pool our efforts. We have to pool regulatory systems. As our brother was saying, when assemblies ratify, it's one thing, but then there's a time elapses before they become operable. They're actually implemented. So we have to work with Huawei, for example, to have PPP, but also marketable project. The advantages of ITC, these are bankable projects. It's not just a question of saying we're going to look for leveraged debt. It will work by itself, let me tell you. Guinea had some $66 million for digital television. We are going to use free up bandwidth. One band costs about $80 million, over $90 million. We're going to use these channels, and with the development finance institutions like the African Development Bank, work along those lines. What we'd like to say to the world. Africa is changing. Africa is digital. And this digital transformation began on our continent. So as far as we're concerned, we're not holding out our hand for charity. We're asking for strategic partnerships, coherent, circular economies, but also the types of partnerships that we want from this audience. So we're inviting not just to Guinea, but to Africa as a whole, because when you invest $1 in ITCs, you glean several millions of dollars. So there's opportunities, but there are also rules of the game that have already been laid down within the framework of public-private partnerships. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. I think, once again, it's a clear invitation to come and invest in Guinea in the various sectors that were mentioned already. We talked about connectiveness within the country, between countries, be it undersea cables or fiber optics or as telecoms operators. Government is putting in place PPP mechanisms that have already yielded fruit, particularly when we look at the Simandou project. As I said, it's a mega project. It's a United Nations project, as you said, and other projects similar to that will follow. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, my question to Mr. Konaté. For Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Konaté, a lot of mobile coverage has been achieved, but there's the rural areas. There's need for consolidation and improvements for connections to the rural areas. What are the strategies government has put in place to lessen the gap in that regard? How are you going to provide digital services to youth and women so that they can access improved education opportunities and economic opportunities? So this is the Côte d'Ivoire model could be useful to other countries. As an example, for example, rural areas are prevalent throughout the continent, and your example would indeed be useful for all. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Once again, let me thank you. What I would like to say is that since October 2023, the President of the Republic, His Excellency, Mr. Alassane Ouattara, decided that we would fight for digital transformation. It would be a reality. 42 million euro were made available for the rural connection project. As the name indicates, we're trying to make radioelectric stations. There were 388 to cover 1.51 million inhabitants to ensure that populations living in the rural areas were connected to the rest of the world. Alongside all those solutions, which I would call the conventional ones, we are also working, because in June 2024, Côte d'Ivoire adopted a new law, Law 352, which introduces new actors and satellite operators. These are we have these technologies that exist using low-orbit satellites that can cover the entire territory. You notice that when President Alassane Ouattara came into power, it was 33% coverage for electricity, for electrical energy, and now we are at 94, in fact, I would say 96% coverage. But it took time, and in the light of that experience, radio electricity, as we call it, there are now I said there were 388 this year. There will be 200 plus more next year, and it won't take up to 10, 15 years to cover the entire territory. If you were to continue at that pace, it would. So what did we decide? Let us look at low-orbit satellites, put in a gateway system whereby there would be exchanges between land and terrestrial and satellites, terrestrial platforms and satellites, so as to cover the entire territory and thereby enable all Ivorians across the entire country to get digital services of quality no matter where they may be located. Alongside all that, let me thank ADB once again, thank the AFDB. They gave us advice. They said, let the enabling measures come into force, enable these laws, once adopted, to come into force. So we as government would like to appeal to the ADB in turn. Let the ADB look at how the procedures could be made less cumbersome, because our requests tend to take a long time to get through. When I take major projects funded by the AFDB, accelerating electronic administrations, for example, we began some time ago, and there's all these minor details that have to be married with internal procedures. We put our teams in place so that they can speed up deliverables. But what we're hoping is that our partner, the ADB, there's about 71 million euro coming in for that program. We want, with other constraints coming, we need to go faster. Let me conclude by saying Côte d'Ivoire has built up a national strategy for digital transformation 2025-2023, so it's a 10-year strategy, 3 million euro with the World Bank, $300 million with the World Bank. And in January, what we're saying is, we African countries, let's use the example of the year 2000 with the power pool, sharing energy in West Africa. Let us look at the map and let us realize the countries that have more opportunities to have this or that infrastructure set up. We all know about data centers. Everybody's talking about artificial intelligence now. Artificial intelligence. But the driver of artificial intelligence is data. Now you have to store data in data centers. But you can only have these data centers if there's energy. If energy is available, we have countries, honestly, we're one of the countries that is most suitable for receiving these data centers. We co-finance, we co-utilize, but then what are we doing? Competing with each other on the deliverables instead. Let us not compete over the infrastructure. A country can build a data center for 5 or 8 countries. Another country can bring in a training institution for the other states. And yet another country could bring in a development system to make cyberspace more secure, because we have these fibers crossing our countries, crisscrossing our countries. We have to be sure that it's used in such a way that it is safe for all, safe and secure. This is what I felt I should say. We have started initially working with Senegal, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, Guinea, Liberia. We have to be able to co-finance all this, and let's have the AFDB, the African Development Bank, and other donors work together with us to finance these infrastructures as hubs. Because when we compete to get this infrastructure in our country or that other infrastructure in our country, we're wasting time. And who suffers? Our populations. And digital transformation that we're talking about is not achievable if we stay within these small calculations. So I launch an appeal to all the players. Let us pool our efforts. The investments that are required are so massive, and yet we have states whose mission, including others, is to increase access to health, access to education, access to energy. But if we find we're doing micro projects here, macro projects there, then we're not going to achieve our results. And I'm convinced that if we follow Côte d'Ivoire the way it's going, yes, we can get to the 12%, but in reality, we're looking at 15% as a target coverage, 50% coverage, because look at the progression of optic fiber to 5,207 some 10 or so years ago. We're exponentially much more now. The potential is for the whole of Africa if we pool our resources. Yet again, let us share this infrastructure for the well-being of our population. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's an issue of having sub-regional infrastructure. It is an issue which you need to tackle with the AFDB. There are a lot of topics to tackle. I am happy that so much importance for the digital, because once again, the role of digitalization hasn't ended. We need to exploit more. I think we've come to the end of it. Just a sentence from each one of you to tell us about your vision, just in a short sentence. Your vision, Honorable Minister. Yes. An economy which is completely digitalized is going to be, yes, for the youth, with the young people, well trained. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
So I believe, from the digital divide to digital opportunity, and from the infrastructure to inclusive value. And Africa is writing its own chapter in the new digital era.
Thank you very much. Ousmane, peut-être une phrase qui résume un petit peu la vision de
sentence which sums up the vision of the AFDB regarding this sector. And what is the next stage? It is a sector that we embraced, because we should be want to be able to have it for our young compatriots, our women, the SMEs. We are counting very much on working with the states to provide opportunity for this ecosystem to thrive. Yes, Honorable Minister, a sentence on your vision. Yes, we want to build an Africa, a connected Africa, a competitive Africa, a creative, fully sovereign Africa. Africa with intelligence, which has already started to be able to protect its resources for Africa. Mr. Khalil Konate describe the next stages for Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you. I would simply want to say that when we look at the impact that digitalization of our administrations, taxes, customs, countries, on its impact on GDP, then we need to commit ourselves all to it in a collective manner. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll give them a hand. It's been a very interesting panel. So on all aspects of the topic, I think that the discussions are going to continue, especially with the presence of the AFDB.
Un grand merci à nouveau à nos panélistes.
Thank you once again to our panelists. Then we'll have the group photograph.
Une photo qui nous permet
A
d'immortaliser
picture that will help us to immortalize this period of exchange and sharing of experiences.
Je vais l'annoncer en même temps. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to respectfully acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow, Vice President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Your Excellency, we are honored to have you with us today. Merci, merci infiniment.
Thank you very much.
If you would be so kind, we would be delighted to invite you to share a few words with us. Please, Mr. Vice President. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous demande de porter toute votre attention à l'allocution.
Please give him all the attention needed for his speech statement.
Excellencies, distinguished guests. First, let me apologize. I was expected to deliver a statement today at the opening of this conference, but I came in late. But I'm just going to say a few words. First is to thank the African Development Bank for providing this kind of opportunity for us, African countries, to come here to talk about the investment opportunities in our various countries, and more importantly, to showcase what we are doing. And I must say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that this forum is coming at a very important time, not only for the global economy, but for African countries specifically. A couple of months ago, we were in Spain, in the FFD4, where it was clear that there is a growing consensus that for African countries to move forward, to be able to finance their own development, they have to look inwards, which means African countries, we need to look inwards, we need to generate the capital that we need to finance our development. Having said that, I must say, today, what is happening in Africa, there's huge potentialities. There are opportunities. What is lacking is the bridge between those opportunities and capital. And we have to generate that capital. And when it comes to that responsibility on our own part as African countries, our own responsibility now, the biggest test is how to transform those opportunities into real bankable projects that will attract capital. And I believe a forum like this provides that opportunity where we come in to showcase the huge potentials that are found in our individual countries, particularly in various areas like infrastructure, energy, renewable energy, and digitalization. But like I said, the forum like this provides that kind of opportunity where we will come in to showcase those opportunities and they attract capital. Because the investment that we need today to deliver development in our country cannot be provided entirely through public financing. So we need to attract private sector capital to be able to come in to support Africa's development agenda. So once again, I want to thank the African Development Bank for providing this kind of opportunity for us to come in and showcase those opportunities and be able to tell the story of how African countries are prepared to attract necessary capital to transform those opportunities that are within our countries. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for this dynamic, precise, sharp intervention. Mesdames et messieurs, nous arrivons déjà, et oui, hélas,
ladies and gentlemen, already we've come to the end of the first day for the African investment. I want to say that I'm really surprised. I have a pleasant surprise for the relevance, strategic relevance, and quality of discussions that we have participated in this plenary session. We need some time to integrate and put all the information together for innovative prospects there. But I must say that today has laid proper foundation for the next days ahead.
The first day. We look forward to welcoming you tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp in this same hall for another series of high-level sessions featuring incisive strategic discussions and forward-looking analysis. We sincerely thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, your engagement and your active participation throughout the day. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Merci encore, mesdames et messieurs. On se retrouve ici demain à 9h pour poursuivre les discussions.
We'll meet tomorrow here at 9 o'clock to continue with the high-level discussions.